Chat. How are you? Happy Wednesday. Welcome in. Sorry I'm late. Yes. Why am I late? Well, it's the same reason that I'm always late. Because I'm in a terrible dopamine loop. I'm staying up too late. That's what it is. I'm staying up too late and playing too many video games. So that's what that is. Sorry about that. So that's that. Now that's out of the way. I'm here and we're going to go through the news, aren't we? So. Perfect timing for me finishing my work. Hell yeah. I've been struggling with that a bit recently as well. Yeah, I just gotta... When I finish the stream at night, I just have to log off. Like, that's what's gonna fix it. That's what's gonna fix it. So I'm just gonna do that. Because, I want to get stuff done in time for the stream as well, right? And so that means I want to go to the gym, go to the shop if I've got to do that, get some Red Planet work done, and all that kind of business. So I've got to do that. And I've got another liver scan tomorrow. So I've got to be up early for that. So I'm just going to have to wake up early for that. There's no way around it. The daylight increasing is messing with me a bit. I think that's always going to be a thing as well, right? Coming into spring from winter, that's going to suck a bit. Also, yeah, I'm still eating my tea. So there's that. That's also something that's happening. One good bit of news, yeah? One good bit of news that I've got for you is that I've fixed the tip link. So everybody who wanted to donate but couldn't because it was PayPal only all the way up until yesterday, I've fixed it. You can now donate with any kind of debit or credit card, I think. I think I've sorted it. I've made it so it's PayPal business, which I have. I already had it. I thought that it just did it automatically. I don't know why it changed. But it is what it is, and I've fixed it now. So, quality of life for people who want to increase my quality of life. Welcome everybody. We got Middle Earth Marxist. We got Rob. We have got Vord. We've got Ninny. We've got Morgana. We've got Val, the lovely Atal. And we've got Atomically Powered. We've also got Virulent. Did I say Middle Earth Marxist? I'm pretty sure I did. We got Sorka. We got RTE Clearance. We got Hippie Marshmallow. We got Connor. How are you all doing? What's going on? I was learning about the Dufar revolution in Oman in the 60s. Super interesting. Highly recommend. Now I'm out of sync because I was supposed to stop working an hour and a half ago. Oh no. I also woke up late, which didn't help. It's good to know that I'm not the only one. TBH. TBQH. We got a whole bunch of stuff to get through. As always. So much stuff on the docket. I was up playing Silk Song till 2 a.m. Yeah, there you go. There you go. That's how it works. That's how it happens. It's bad. I'm just playing Mugenics and Slay the Spire 2. I'm absolutely addicted to Mugenics. It's just such a good game. It's really, really good. Like, the gameplay element of it is just absolutely insane, and I'm so invested in just making some really, really, really mega strong cats. Hyper cats, if you will. If I may, I've been watching a lot of Northern Lion, and he does that a lot, doesn't he? He's like, if I may, what I want to say about this is that it's fucking great. It's the best thing ever. Sorry if I offended you. That's just kind of how he does it. I was watching him do Scrandle. It's fucking funny as fuck. He's just, I don't know what it is about him, man. You could tell why he's a successful streamer. You know? Is that another one of his? A true gentleman get consent. I've just been watching way too much Northern Lion. He keeps talking. He does not stop talking. That's how you do it. If you're a gamer, you just got to talk all the time. You just got to always be yapping. Always be yapping, always be saying stuff. With me, it's easy because I can just put on a video. I can put on a video, I can watch it, and react to it like when I'm ready. You know what I mean? And when you're gaming, I think that you just gotta be going sicko mode. That's why I never did well as a gaming streamer. Also, I wasn't consistent enough as a gaming streamer. I have been toying with the idea of making another channel. Just for gaming, because the only reason that I don't do gaming content on here anymore is because it fucks with my stats, right? So I'm thinking I just make a channel called like Mule 2 or something, and I just if I'm gaming at the weekend, I just do that, and I can do it with my cam off. I don't have to do anything crazy. I can just turn on a stream. It's on Twitch, you know. Maybe gaming streams on YouTube. Could do it. That would be better for my YouTube, for my main channel. To grow the YouTube channel a bit while you're at it. Yeah, I don't know. Is it going to attract the right people? I always think, is it going to attract the right people, you know? If I'm doing gaming and I'm making political content on the same channel. You know what I mean? Call the gaming channel Certified Gamer Mule. I will do that now that you've said that. That's what it's going to be. Hello, by any means necessary. How are you doing? Let's go through some things real quick before we get to some news so that I can stick the news on. I can stick the Carolyn Levitt press conference on and just eat my tea. Yeah? Play games where you're likely to say political shit. I mean, I'll probably say political shit. I don't know if streaming to YouTube would help the algorithm, to be honest. Yeah, that's my other concern. That's my other concern. You know? So I'm like, do I want to do that? Do I actually want to do that? I'd put the VODs on my VOD channel still. I would definitely do that. Because that's just the VOD channel, right? It doesn't matter. I'm doing gaming, I'll chuck it on the fucking VOD channel. That's fine. You know? You don't catch it live, you can catch it there. Disco Elysium playthrough. Yeah, I've not played that yet. Do I have that? What games would you play? I would definitely just play tons of Mugenics and Slay the Spire. I would pretty much just be like Northern Lion. I'd pretty much just be Northern Lion because he just does Slay the Spire at the minute, doesn't he? He's done some Mugenics as well. I'm also a big fan of playing older, sort of like point and click, obscure stuff. Like, I'd love to do another stream of Darkseid 2, or Darkseid 1 and 2. Because Darkseid 1 is crazy, and Darkseid 2 is also crazy. Hearts of Iron 4, Anarchist Spain run, that's not my cup of tea in the slightest. You'd love Disco Elysium. Many people are saying this. Many people have said this and continue to say it. I do have it. I do have Disco Elysium. Yeah. Yeah, it's right there. So I could totally end up playing that. You see, the thing I'm worried about Disco Elysium with, right, is that so many people have said to me, you would love this, right? And I know why they say it. I know why they say it, because I'm British and it's politic, right? It's politics and I'm British. I'm concerned that if I play it now, I'm just gonna be like, this is bad. Wait, what? Darkseid is a wild pick. I have the H.R. Geiger near my house, and I've been 3 times. The H.R. Geiger. He's dead. What do you mean? You've been to him 3 times. What does that mean? Vord, I have the final cut. Whatever that means. Is that the definitive edition? Yeah. Darkseid is a weird full motion video game, yeah. My brother recently told me to play Disco Elysium. Hey, you're a commie. You missed a word. Do you mean the H.R. Geiger Museum? Nothing to do with being British for me. It's more French than anything. That's crazy. I've never heard that. Never heard anyone say it's French. Yeah, Darkseid is great. Darkseid is a really fucking funny, weird game. I had a really good time streaming that. It was fucking like 3 years ago or something. Harvest is another classic, yeah. What's the other one? The famous one where it's like, it's bad. It's got bad stuff in it. It's got like sexual assault and stuff. It's all acted. It's not real, obviously, but it's like, it's in the game. And like domestic abuse and stuff. There's like one scene in the game. Phantasmagoria, thank you, Sally. Yes, hello, Sally, and hello, Nappers. Yeah, I streamed Phantasmagoria years ago. There's like a clip of me streaming that. Where's my? Where's my Twitch channel? Content, clips. Night Trap. I haven't played Night Trap, but that is one of the ones, isn't it? All time. Filters. How do you sorted by most viewed? Views high to low. Yeah, here we go. Chat, this is this is me from when was this clip? I don't know when this clip was. Mule, stop cursing. I'm at the library. There are kids around. The speaker is stuck on max volume. This is a community device. You shouldn't be fucking doing that. You shouldn't be fucking watching me if you're at the fucking library, you fucking cunt. You fucking piece of shit cunt. Think about that. Think about what you did wrong, you twat. 2017. Chat, almost 10 years ago. Mad, when I was streaming to like 20 people, some of whom might be here now, but some of whom probably not. Most of whom probably aren't. Because as soon as I started streaming political content, things just went downhill for my gaming streams. Is it Bones here? 99 cents a pound? What are we buying here? Listen to how I used to change my accent. So embarrassing, dude. I used to think I was fucking Markiplier. This is so cringe. How do you make it big? Can you not do that? How do you make it big? Oh, you have to do this? Okay. I would have done the same. You sound the same. No, I don't. I actually just don't. You're just wrong about that. So, that's the end of that. Is it Bones here? 99 cents a pound? What are we buying here? So cringe. Meat replacement? What is this? Is that a barrel full of soup bowl? I don't know why I found this so funny. Oh god, I hear it. Yeah, no, it's cringe. It's bad. It's bad. This is why I never did well when I was streaming games. It just didn't do good. It didn't do well or good for me. It was bad. Hey, Government Master, how you doing? Hello, Sam. Thank you for the 30 bits. How you doing? So, like, imagine that kind of game, but with me being normal. Baby Mule's so smooth and shiny. What am I now? Crusty and wrinkled? Dull and wrinkled. Like, what I get from that is that you're telling me I'm dull and wrinkled. You meant unshaven, right? I'm sure you did. Nice save. Hello, Bellatrix. Thank you for another 30 bits, Sam. I'm wizened. I am wizened, it's true. What is that emote? I've not been to Beep stream in so long. I wish I had more time to watch people's streams. This is so good. That's such a good emote. It's like Brendan Fraser's eyes with Guy Fieri's face and cartoon tears. It's so good. This is great. This is just masterful. Absolutely masterful emote. Susie says, hi, you are shiny and handsome. Thank you very much. That's what I wanted to hear. It's not about the truth, it's about what I want to hear. That's the thing about this kind of stuff. Yeah? Hey, listen, I want to finish the rest of my tea, so we're gonna crack on. We're just gonna watch the Caroline Levitt press conference first. Okay? Hopefully I won't have to do much commentary. But I'm also gonna turn on the TikTok live stream. Alright? Okay. Sound. It's happening. There we go. Talks to a 10-year-old about left-wing politics. She's decided she's an ANCOM now. My baby's first hyphen. That's dope. I love that for you. That's really cute. Hell yeah. Are you drinking Yorkshire tea? If not, then what the fuck are you even doing, mate? Yes. Well done, Virulent. You're pretending to be British. Very well. Yorkshire tea is the one that I drink. And it's the one that in the north we all drink. But I am, in fact, actually drinking green tea today with lime because of my liver. So that's what's going on there. Hey, Garlo, what's up? All right, chat, let's check out the White House press conference. It's Caroline Levitt. What's she talking about? Well, we're going to find out, aren't we? So, let's get right into it. Here we go. Here's the coverage from Associated Press.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good to see all of you. Thanks for coming today, as always.
I have seen that there's a Lancashire tea. I actually had the Lancashire tea. There was a GMTU meeting a few years ago, and someone brought Lancashire tea for, like, you know, the communal tea. And I was like, all right, guess I'm taking that home. Because no one was taking it home at the end. And everyone was like, you know, this was in the budget. We didn't drink all of it. Does someone want to take it home? So I took it home. And I drank a whole bunch of it. And it was just like, fine. It was, you know, it's like, if you're going to make Lancashire tea, obviously you're making it to compete with Yorkshire tea. So it's got to be good, right? It's got to be good. And it was okay, but it's got to be on the level, at least, of Yorkshire tea. And it's like, I don't know what you're doing, mate.
We're going to start with some scheduling announcements. This evening, President Trump will deliver remarks at Union Station for a political dinner. Tomorrow morning...
Tash, thank you so much for donating a $5. Who's done that? Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you for supporting the stream. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Banger.
The president will host the second cabinet meeting of the year and the 11th cabinet meeting of his second term. And later tomorrow afternoon, the president will host a Greek Independence Day celebration in the East Room.
What?
On Friday, the president will celebrate National Agriculture Day alongside nearly 1,000 farmers who are coming in from across the
country
for the first event of the season on the South Lawn, so pray for good weather, to highlight the president's successful policies in support of America's farmers, including efforts to lower input costs, open new trade markets, bolster the farm safety net, double the death tax exemption, end taxes on rural property loan interest, and create rural opportunity zones.
Why are they doing this?
Also, I'm pleased to announce that President Trump's meeting and a long-awaited meeting with President Xi in China will now take place in Beijing on May 14th and 15th. First Lady Melania and President Trump will also host President Xi and Madam Peng for a reciprocal visit in Washington, D.C.
No, don't go! No, it's a trap. President Xi, don't go. He's gonna fucking kidnap you or some shit. Why would you do this?
A later date to be announced this year. Turning to the ongoing military operations in Iran. The United States military continues to...
I imagine the death tax is like inheritance tax here in the UK.
Decimate the terrorist Iranian regime's offensive and defensive capabilities. Just over 3 weeks in, it's abundantly clear that Operation Epic Fury has been a resounding military triumph. More than 9,000 enemy targets have been struck to date. Compared to the start of the operation, Iran's ballistic missile attacks and drone attacks are down by roughly 90%.
That's not even true.
The United States is also annihilating the Iranian regime's navy. We have destroyed more than 140 of their naval vessels, including almost 50 mine layers. This is the largest elimination of a navy over a 3-week period since World War II.
I don't think any of this is true. I genuinely don't think any of this is fucking true.
Again, let me reiterate. This is the largest elimination of a navy on the face of the planet in a 3-week period since...
That's how you know it's not true, because it's just total, like... We did everything. We did everything. You know?
World War II. We are systematically dismantling Iran's defense industrial base, which will prevent future threats to the region. Our military also remains laser-focused on eliminating the regime's threat to the free flow of energy through the Strait of Hormuz.
They're not. They're... Sally!
God, I hate her. Here's some money.
Thank you so much for subbing on Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Oh my god, we've unlocked Cat Cam straight away. Yo, thank you so much for the £25. That's crazy. Let's go. Thank you so much for the support. Nice one. Yeah, we got Cat Cam on the go. Sadly, the viewers on TikTok Live won't get this. So that's a shame. But if you wanna see the Cat Cam, join us over on Twitch, twitch.tv/djmuel. You can also get the mobile app. If you're a mobile user and you don't have Twitch because you're on mobile, you can just download the Twitch app. So don't be afraid to do that. Make a Twitch account and I'll be your first follow. That'd be crazy. Imagine. Give us the melt. Well, I've got to go get him, yeah. So I'll finish me tea and then I'll go get him.
Weekend, we dropped several 5,000-pound bombs on an underground facility used to store equipment, including anti-ship cruise missiles and mobile missile launchers positioned along the coastline of the strait. Our military efforts grow more successful with each passing day, steadily degrading Iran's ability to terrorize merchant ships. For all of these reasons, we are very close to meeting the core objectives of Operation Epic Fury, and this military mission continues unabated. From the outset, President Trump and the Department of War estimated it would take approximately 4 to 6 weeks to achieve this critical mission.
I don't think they did. I don't think they did.
25 days in, the greatest military the world has ever known is ahead of schedule and performing exceptionally.
Mule, are we allowed to call this lady a monster? Yes. Listen. The reason that you got clapped last time is because you attributed, parts of her that are related to her being a woman as an insult, right? That's what it's about. Yeah? When it's women, it's just different. Like, you can't just be being like, she's a dumb blonde, what a bitch, yada yada. I don't like people using that word just in general. So, you know, that's what that was about. Of course, you could call her a monster. She's a monster. You could call her a devil. You could call her a demon. You could call her a fucking piece of shit, you know? You just have to think, like, is what I'm saying mentioning the fact that she's a woman, right? You know what I mean? Why are we sending more troops to the region in the 82nd Airborne if we basically demolish their military? It's just, you know, just in case. That's what it is. It's just insurance. The greatest army the world has ever known. Hey, Dr. Maggot, what's going on? As a time-thefting mobile user who doesn't have the Prime until early April, I have to warn anyone that ads are unavoidable on mobile. Yeah. You gotta sub if you're on mobile, yeah.
Day by day, the Iranian
the reserve hot drop, yeah,
is being crippled, and their ability to threaten the United States and our allies is being significantly weakened. Their ambitions of building a nuclear weapon have also been crushed to an even greater degree than they were in Operation Midnight Hammer in June.
Yeah, they're deploying the troops as critical moral support, yeah.
2025. That's why you're beginning to see the regime.
It's so the boys on the ground have got their guys with them.
They're being crushed. Their ability to attack American and ally forces, as well as their ability to defend their own territory, is dwindling literally hour by hour. Following President Trump's powerful threat on Saturday evening, it was made clear to the United States that Iran wanted to talk. President Trump is willing to listen. As President Trump announced on Monday, the United States has been engaged over the last 3 days in productive conversations, which led the president to temporarily instruct the Department of War to postpone planned strikes against Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure only. The remaining elements of the Iranian regime have another opportunity to cooperate with President Trump, permanently abandon their nuclear ambitions, and cease actively threatening America and our allies. But the president's preference is always peace. There does not need to be any more death and destruction. But if Iran fails to accept the reality of the current moment...
Chat, I'm not going to die if I have green tea and lime, am I? Hey, Astro J, what's going on? Like, I know that sounds weird. Like, if I just... Like, lime and green tea, it's not bad, right? It's like a fine thing to have. It's too late because I've just drank it, so if you die, it's going to happen. But it's not... I know this sounds crazy, but it's fine, right? It's fine? Not as far as I know? Why would that kill you? I don't know! I've just never tried it before, and I just thought, I'll just chuck a fucking chunk of lime in there, and now I'm like, is this bad? Is this one of those things where they're like, don't do that? I'm just freaking out. I'm freaking out because I'm trying a new thing.
In the meantime, thanks, Ants. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Astro J, for the 10 bits. Hello, Morton. Yeah, mate, you're gonna die at some point. Very good. We'll know in a few hours. I guess we will. Hey, you know what? It's actually doing really good for my acid reflux. That's pretty good. This is so Hitlerian. This is the exact shit that Hitler specifically said to the Polish. Yeah, absolutely. Like, she's a fascist. She's just a fascist. They're all just fascists. Stop laughing. An empire only does this when it's stressed. That's one of the best chat messages I've ever seen. I can relate to this feeling. It's happened to me. It's called obsessive compulsive disorder, chat, and it makes you have intrusive thoughts, and it's bad, right? That's what it is. There's a webinar coming up about fighting the war profiteers trying to set up death factories in your town. May I share a link? Yes, you may. RTE clearance. Thank you very much.
To understand that they have been defeated militarily and will continue to be, President Trump will ensure they are hit harder than they have ever been hit before. President Trump does not bluff, and he is prepared to unleash...
Is that what it is? Well, no, I'm not. I wasn't diagnosing you, Morgana. I was just saying that's definitely what it is for me. Yeah, if you have a, you know... When I have an intrusive thought, it's related to my OCD. It's also related to my anxiety. Yeah, this is great. Trump does not bluff. He does. He does it all the time.
Hell, Iran should not miscalculate again. Their last miscalculation cost them their senior leadership, their Navy, their Air Force, and their air defense system.
Wednesday, April 15th.
Beyond this point will be because the
Iranian I won't be able to go to that.
To understand they have already been defeated and
at 1:30 a.m. Wait, what?
Home, we are now on day 40 of the Democrats'
1:30 a.m.
of Homeland Security.
Do they mean 1:30 p.m.?
Congress are forcing American travelers to wait in hours-long lines at airports across the country, robbing TSA officers and other federal workers of their hard-earned paychecks that they use to feed their families, and causing billions of dollars in damage to our economy. A father of 3 recently told CBS News that he felt...
Yo, Johnny, thank you for gifting a sub to Dr. Maga. Enjoy your ad previewing and your remotes.
As the Democrats' shutdown of DHS continues. This is the quote from the...
What's going on, Johnny? How you doing? What was I going to read something in chat then. Oh, Krill says someone needs to tell Trump that he doesn't hold any cards. You don't need to do that. No, don't. No one should tell him, because the more that they don't tell him, the more funny that this is. I'm looking up green tea and lime on Google. I think it's fine. Lime and tangerine green tea. Now that could be good. Oh, it's a Tom Collins. Oh, no, it's not. It's like you can make something. Aldi have got recipe. Wait, what? Aldi have got a recipe section. What the fuck? 2 green tea bags and 200 grams of caster sugar, lime juice, soda water, slice of lime to garnish. With gin. Bro, Aldi's got fucking cocktail recipes. What the hell? Meal planner. Yo, what the fuck? Why did I never... What the hell? Hey, PBP, what's going on? Thank you for the 3-stream watch streak. Let's go. You're minorly scalded. Why are you minorly scalded? What happened? Barista shit. Hey, Dick Penderin, this is life-changing. I know how to make a Sunday roast. Don't patronize me, LD. I know how to do that. I know that some people don't, and that's why it's there, but... Wellness Wednesdays. Thai tuna stir-fry, that could be good. Grill... I nearly said Grimes chicken. Grilled lime chicken and watermelon salad sounds pretty peng. I'm gonna lose them fucking... What are they? What are they? Pomegranate seeds. I'm not about that. Alright, your meal prep sorted. It's good that it just suggests stuff for you. That's pretty good. I'm looking for like a third meal to have, chat, because here's the thing, yeah? I have a curry. I make a curry. I make a chicken karai, which is, you know, Indian Pakistani, yeah? And then I make fajitas, which is Mexican, yeah? And then I wanted to have, as my third meal, a chili, but that's also Mexican. You know what I mean? So, I think I want to, like, I want to travel. Like, where should I make my third meal from? Does anyone have any, like, sort of African stew ideas? I think I want to go to Africa with my scran. You know what I mean? Fajitas is American. Learn something off Chinese cooking demystified. That's a great shout, Dick. 3 treasures of the ground. Not African, but stir fry. Stir fry is basic. Have pho. Pho's a bit... I'm not really a mad fan of pho. Lemon chicken from Congo. That could be good. Imagine if stores actually organized their shelves around recipes like this. Yes. Dine in chat says goulash. Well, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Goulash is a bit white. And also, I was spoiled with goulash. I had a Polish girlfriend about 5, 10, 12 years ago. And she made the best goulash that I've ever had in my life, and I've never been able to recreate it. I don't know what she did. It was insane. There's a hype train. Why is there a hype train? Why does this keep happening? Right, okay. How long have we got? How long have we got? 4 minutes! Alright, chat, you know the score. You know the score, right? It's time for some tunes. You want the tunes to continue?
Not war, not war. Just peace.
Keep gifted subs.
Just peace forever. Forever.
What's going on? Why is it doing this?
Peace forever. Venga por mí.
Dick Pandering with 100 bits. Thank you very much.
No crazy war.
Just bits. No subs, just bits.
No a la guerra loca. No crazy war. No crazy war. Please, please, please. Yes, peace.
No!
Peace forever. Peace forever. Venga por mí. Aquí lo esperan Miraflores. No te tarde en llegar. Cobarde.
Cobarde!
Venga por mí. Aquí lo esperan Miraflores. No te tarde en llegar. Cobarde. Venga por mí. Cobarde. No amaje.
Alright, chat, we got 2 minutes 45 left. Probably another 3 subs will keep it going. We'll go back to the news, or maybe looking at the Aldi website after this. No, it's just an edit, Sorka. It's just an edit. Hey, Engray, how's it going? My partner never has a set amount of spice. She just lets the ancestors talk, and the cooking is always incredible. I'm convinced that's the secret.
Not war.
Sadly, my ancestors are white and English, so
Listen to me.
it's not great.
Not war.
If I did that, everything would just be...
United States.
Whoa! Bored!
Top that off.
You've topped it off. Thank you so much for the £46. Whatever. You fucking... We've hit the goal. Chat, we've hit the goal. What the fuck? Oh my god. Thank you so much, Ford, for subbing off Twitch, supporting the stream. Let's fucking go. Alright, we can get rid of that.
Not war. Just peace.
Massive.
And the people in the United States. Please.
Listen, man.
Please, please, please.
There's been a lot of heavy lifting
No a más guerras eternas. No a más guerras.
done by various chatters, yeah,
No más Afganistán.
over the last month.
Just peace.
Everybody else needs to pull their weight. And by that, what I mean is, we're doing a stretch goal.
No más Afganistán. Yes, peace. Yes, peace. Señor cobarde. No se meta con el hombre de a pie. Señor cobarde. No se meta con el hombre de a pie.
Yo, there you go. All right, are we still on the hype train? Listen, we're going to keep the hype train going, even though we haven't had any more subs, because that was a crazy amount. We're going to listen to a next tune. What do we got? Let's get the kneecap tune on. You all love this one. I love this one. We all love this one.
Victory on your neck!
Set a stretch goal to get me a heat pump. How much are they? Come on, chat, get down.
In other news, the Prime Minister has been conjuring up the spirits of previous leaders for foreign policy advice.
It's always on me, they be sorting everything. Run along, fuck's sake. I'm sick of you cons, I'm sent. I'm going off the grid, swing to a hit. Rap can't after me, but I can take your charge, man, there's nothing to see. I'm going for a turn around.
It's Big Bang is inside.
That's a little bit of me. Kneecap, always filling the void. And when I'm sitting fucking yelling, just chill with the boys. I'm being on them gonna snatch it. Making some noise, it's only pause, pull a chord that they're trying to avoid. You're not getting away with fuck all. You're not getting away with doing nothing. The animal charm, but never look sure. You think we move on and forget what happened?
Yeah, it's the latest one, Johnny. I don't think these lyrics are true. I don't think those subtitles are real.
Are currently being surgically attached to one another to see if there really is strength in numbers.
Alright, chat, thank you so much for the mini hype train. Dick with 100 bits. And Johnny with the gifted sub to Dr. Maggot. I think that's what did it. Thank you very much. Alright, we're extending the Yo, Baldwin, thank you so much for the 7 months. Let's go. Welcome in. Max a Pap, what's up? Never seen a cut so boring, with a rest in face of moving. Personality swollen, look a constant state of condolence. Your face tells a story, like there's wishing to be folded. Nigga chick hand with hand, you were popular way back when. People did whatever they want, nobody stood in their way. Alright chat, I think an extra 100 quid is reasonable. I get roughly 400 people passing through the stream every day. If a quarter of them donate £1, we would hit that, no problem. But I tell you what, let's focus on the sub goal for now, yeah? Don't worry about that. Take that off the screen and we'll just have the sub goal. Because how much we got for that? That's an extended sub goal as well, really. 189, another 11 subs, and that'll do it. That'll do it. Alright, thank you so much for the hype train, everyone. Thank you so much for all the donos. Thank you so much for all the subs. Legends, utter legends. Every single one of you. We are not going to play this next tune. Things are going very slowly on my PC because I'm also streaming to TikTok Live. How long have I been live on TikTok Live? Gifting suspended. Wait, what? Gifting suspended and live visibility restricted. This behavior is not in line with our policies. Gifting is suspended in its live for 10 minutes. Reason, reproduced content. Oh, you can't play tunes. You can't play tunes. That's what it is in TikTok Live. I was about to say, had you been banned yet? Yeah, I my visibility was restricted. Yeah. It's giving me like 3 different notifications for it. Alright. I've been live for 25 minutes. Alright, TikTok Live. If you want to keep watching, join me over on Twitch. Twitch.tv/djmuel. You know where to find me. I'll see you there. Hopefully that now means that I have unlocked the virtual camera streaming, so it will be less shit. And it'll fuck with my computer a lot less when I do it. Oh my god, chat, this is so fucking funny. No one is watching me on TikTok Live. Look at that shit. It's like most watch time, like 4 people who watched for a minute. Bless him. Bless him. Thanks for trying, peeps. Appreciate you. Thanks for trying. Super fancy with it, but this looks good. Yo, what is this? Hunter Biden's bathroom. Groundnut soup. Yo, okay. Nutty palate cleansing meal when served with rice, plantains, or any starch. Making it from scratch. Cereal flavored dividends. So many friends and family. Let's have a look. Marfa groundnut soup. How do you make it? How do you make it? Salt, white pepper, paprika, onions, tomatoes, oil, bouillon powder. Easy. Piece of piss. Easy. Yeah. Fry up some nuts. Boil some other nuts. Yeah, peanuts. Yeah, it's a piece of piss. And you make like a sauce with like, what is this? Ginger, garlic, parsley, red onion. Yeah, that looks easy as fuck. Yeah, onions, meat, the sauce. Yeah, this looks pango lengo. Peanuts will be replaced with peanut butter for normal people. Why? Why would you do that? Why would you replace it with the... Oh, she got a grinder for him. I see. Yeah, this is great. Thank you for this. Hunter Biden's bathroom. I'm probably going to check this out. I'm probably going to do that. I'm probably definitely going to do that. Yeah, it looks really nice. And it looks proper good. Okay. All right, where were we up to? We were watching Carolyn Levitt. Let's see what she's saying. Let's go back to it.
And I encourage everyone to listen. I think the hardest thing is seeing the struggle that my wife was going through and not trying to bring more stress to her.
Wait,
the
what?
Father of three said, but seeing her cry every night. How am I going to feed my family? How am I going to survive? For the Democrats in Congress, the cruelty of this shutdown is the point. Nearly 500 TSA officers.
You took SNAP benefits away from people. What are you talking about?
Officers have quit since the Democrat shutdown began. President Trump, to alleviate this pressure, made the decision to send some of our amazing ICE agents to help alleviate that stress and address the long wait times. And for all of the critics of this solution a few days ago when it was proposed by the president, it is yielding results. Wait times have improved.
It's so good when the Gestapo helps with bureaucratic social security stuff. The cruelty is the point, stealing the left's lines again. Yeah, recuperation. They love that. They love to do that. Both Democrats and Republicans have said that it's Trump blocking the bill's passage. Yep. Yep. It is. It is.
Since ICE arrived, and they are doing everything in their power to help their fellow federal service members. But it's important to take a step back and remember, why is this even happening in the first place? For nearly 6
Inspirational.
weeks,
Fascist
Democrats
death squad steps in to alleviate stress.
Because they care more about illegal aliens than American citizens. You have Democrat elected representatives in states across the country who are willing to inflict massive pain on their own constituents to fight for illegal aliens who broke our nation's laws to come here. In recent days, we saw the deadly consequence of this deranged policy of Democrat open borders and an illegal alien-first agenda.
Wait, what?
A beautiful 18-year-old girl, Sheridan Gorman, she was shot and killed in Chicago last Thursday morning.
Oh yeah, they love to talk about this. They were talking about this like last week, yeah?
With friends. The suspect in custody for murdering her is a Venezuelan illegal alien who was caught in
Tren de Agua
by the Biden
Tren de Agua terrorist, narco-terrorist
administration in May of 2023. Why would the Biden administration catch and release a Venezuelan illegal alien? That is not happening anymore under this president. But there are still 10...
When are you going to deport Maduro? Do you not want to deport the worst Venezuelan criminal of all time, Maduro, Nicolas Maduro? No? Not bothered about that? They love parading around young women's corpses for points. Yeah, it's fucking depraved.
Thousands, if not...
Hey, 2 spectral wolves, let's fucking go!
I missed the hype train, and also F***K Twitch and their nonsense.
Yo, thank you so much for subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream. Thank you for the $5.
Millions of these illegal aliens in our country who seek to do harm to innocent Americans.
See, that's it. As soon as I got this sorted, everyone's donating. Everyone's donating. As soon as I got it sorted, people are fucking like, yeah, man, we can pay with the card now. Thank you. Thank you, Strimmer, for lifting the embargo on credit card donations.
This beautiful young woman whose family will
Thank
now
you for the
never be
support.
the same because of her death. To make matters even worse, this monster was also released from local custody again after a shoplifting arrest, where in the sanctuary city of Chicago in June of 2023. Again, another innocent American citizen had her life stolen from her because Democrats embrace reckless open border policies and reckless sanctuary city policies, which put criminals back into American communities.
Okay.
How many more Americans
Let me go and get
have to
Mel
die
Pitt
before the Democrats end this madness? President Trump's position is very clear. He wants the federal government opened, he wants the Department of Homeland Security funded, and he wants the Democrat shutdown to end immediately. The president will also continue to call on Democrat leaders in sanctuary cities and states like J.B. Pritzker, where this young, beautiful girl was murdered, to cooperate with ICE and stop releasing illegal alien criminals into American neighborhoods. It is for the safety of every American citizen, including all of the people in this room. With that, I will take your questions, and here in our new media seat today, we have Gabe Fleischer.
Thanks, Caroline.
Thanks, Gabe, for being here.
Thank you. I have two questions for you. First, if the war in Iran continues past this current round of peace talks, and with thousands of troops on their way to the Middle East, is there a point, either a number of ground troops or a number of days, at which the president will consider seeking authorization from Congress?
Well, as you know right now, that formal authorization from Congress is not necessary because we're currently in major combat operations in Iran. The Department of War and the President, as I said, estimated about a 4 to 6 week timeline for the full completion of these military combat operations. We're again on day 25 today. And as a courtesy, nevertheless, the administration did...
Wait, let me see if I can get this right. Let me see if I can make this happen. Right. Melpo. What are you doing there? He knows that they're there. He knows that they're there. Thank you very much, Virulent. Easy Mexican sopes. This is an appetizer, my guy. I appreciate it, but it's not going to be enough for like a dinner, you know what I mean? But next time I need to take some scran to a party, I'll do it. Where's he gone? Oh, fucking hell. It's crazy. Cats have got this thing, it's called a mind of their own. He's got this thing, it's called free will. You know? It's difficult to make him do things that he doesn't want to do.
Congress, the Gang of Eight, ahead of the
which is why I've got
operation 25 days ago, and we've also had our top national security officials go to Capitol Hill to brief lawmakers, again, out of courtesy and out of respect for them. So at this moment, it's unnecessary, but of course, the president and this administration will always abide by the law. Gabe. Or do you have a follow-up?
Yes,
sure, go ahead.
Why men hate cats, it's true.
Speak a lot to young voters, many of whom voted for President Trump for the first time in 2024, hoping to have no more wars and to have lower prices. Now, with the war taking place...
Get in here and earn your keep, yeah.
Here's what President Trump's message would be to those voters who kind of swung into his coalition in 2024, but maybe don't feel the administration's going as they had expected.
President Trump is doing this for you. He's doing this for young people so that we are no longer threatened by a rogue terrorist regime in the Middle East that seeks to kill the brave men and women who serve in our country in the Middle East, many of them young people themselves.
Why are they there? Why are they there, Carolyn? Why are they there?
Young men and women who serve this country honorably in uniform and have been...
That's crazy. They should leave the area, I reckon. If they're getting killed, then, maybe they should go home. Hey, Jugash.
And killed and maimed by the rogue Iranian terrorist regime for 47 years. President Trump finally had the courage to step up and do what's right by our national security, our homeland security. As for the temporary short-term fluctuation in gas prices, the president has said once these combat operations are over, this administration is going to continue to unleash American energy dominance. We're continuing to do that every day, and we're going to see prices at the pump go back down, just as we have over the past year because of this president. And don't think for 1 second if the Democrats had their way, gas prices would be as they were under the previous administration, the Biden administration, record highs. This president is keeping them as low as he can during this short-term combat operation, and they're going to go right back down when this is over.
How is it possible that everything this admin does is for a good cause or for the American people, and these fuckwits never admit any wrongdoing and blame everyone else? It's because over the last 100 years, America and the media establishment that is bought by capital and corporate interests, such as media conglomerates, you know, large collections of companies all owned by one company. That's what you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm trying to get at. They have successfully turned the average working American into a very sort of like apathetic creature that does not care about the underclass in their country. And of course, the underclass is majority made up of black and brown people, migrants. You know, there are, of course, you know, white people peppered in there as well, totally. But, you know, there is then obviously the middle class, and the middle class are even more apathetic. And that's how they're able to lie so brazenly. I think that everybody in America knows that these fuckers are lying, right? And I don't think it matters whether they voted for Trump in the last election. I don't even think it matters if they're reactionary to some degree. I think that they know that these people are lying to everyone's faces, and especially regarding the war in Iran, because it is very rare that you are finding people who are making the kind of gloating content that they were about the ICE killing of Renee Good and Alex Pretty earlier in the year. And of course, you know, people only took notice of those two killings because they were white people. Keith Porter is someone that was killed. There's been a bunch of racialized people, migrant people who've been killed, you know? Yeah, I think, yeah, that's what it is. That's how she's able to get away with it. But you know, you gotta get mad. The first stage is you gotta get mad. You gotta get angry at this shit. Hey, outlets, what's going on? I think it's everything similar. Hypernormalization, Adam Curtis talks about. Everyone knows the system is broken and fucked, but everyone keeps pretending everything's fine. That's true. That is true. They also have infinite money. What is this? I'm wondering what's happening with Maduro. I haven't heard anything. I remember them saying he and his wife pleaded not guilty, and a couple days later there was a court sketch and nothing after that. He's been in solitary confinement. I think that, yeah, I think it is important that we talk about Maduro and the fact that he was just kidnapped. And he's been in solitary confinement, and there was a report, that he is being, oh, here we go. Venezuela's Maduro has been in a notorious Brooklyn jail for over 80 days. This is what it's like in there. Maduro and Flores both being held Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn, New York. A facility known for its tough conditions and for having housed high-profile inmates such as drug kingpin Joaquin El Chapo Guzman, Jeffrey Epstein, and accomplice Ghislaine Maxwell, and hip-hop mogul Sean Diddy Combs. Nicolas Maduro Guerra, known as Nicolasito, said on Monday that his father remains in high spirits and very strong, and that he exercises daily. He could reappear looking thinner and more athletic. He referred to Flores as a first combatant, firm and alert in the face of legal challenges, but life inside the federal detention facility is notoriously tough. For years, the jail has been criticized for its conditions. Someone like Maduro is likely to face even more restrictions than other inmates. I would expect their routine to be 23 hours a day in solitary. I think that most of the inmates have that in there, and I think that solitary is like a very common thing for inmates in prisons all over the USA. Even he wasn't so they were able to see his wife. Yeah, it's just torture. Yeah. Prisoners in America are tortured every single day. Prisoners all over the Imperial Corps are tortured every single day. And in the fucking UK, pundits have the gall to call prison a holiday camp. Oh, they get PlayStations, blah, 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 and all this, and it's like, yeah, man, a PlayStation's good for about 10 minutes when you're in a cell that's fucking 2x6. You know what I mean? And you're not allowed out. It's a war crime. Well, this is a war crime, yeah. 1,000%. Crazy to be just saying he's being tortured like it's nothing. Yeah. And this is the element of hypernormalization that we were talking about, right? Like these kinds of things, even though they're so extreme, it is hypernormalized. People are just like, oh yeah, I guess that stuff happens. You know, we watched a genocide happen for 2 years, and some people did nothing about it. Some people didn't even go out and organize in their communities. Some people just did nothing. You know? And that is what hypernormalization does to people. But that's why, you know, I will read things like what I read last night on the stream, which is the quote from the Palestinian rape victim from Israeli detention, because, you know, I hope that it will spur people to do stuff. Because you need to be moved to do something. Like we need to be moved to do stuff. And I think that, you know, saying over and over again, I'll just say what I said last night on the stream. I think that saying over and over again, like, you don't need to look at this stuff. You don't need to re-torture or re-traumatize yourself. It's like, it's just the, you know, this is another art of apathy and ignorance. You know what I mean? Where it's like, oh, well, I'll just not look at it. I'll not look at it, you know? And I think that shit only really applies if you've already done something, you know? You've already gone out and you've done something. You know, you've at least been to a protest. You've at least spoken to people about it. You've at least, like, you know. Some people acknowledge what it was and still lectured us on why we were duty-bound to vote for the genocide. Yeah, in power. Yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, it's cool. It's cool how that went. That's great. It's great stuff. All right.
Thank you, Caroline. Just within the past few hours, Iranian state TV has said that Iran has rejected the U.S.'s 15-point plan to end the war. What's the White House's response to that, and have these talks hit a dead end?
They have not. Talks continue. They are productive, as the president said on Monday, and they continue to be. However,
like, you know, like how much longer can they keep this up? You know what I'm saying? How much longer could they keep it up? Where they're being presented with factual information, where Iran have just been like, no, there are no talks happening. Also, we reject your 15-point plan. And here's our plan, which we're going to look at in a minute. And Caroline Levitt is just like, no, we're winning. We're doing it. We're winning. We've won the war. Victorious. We've won. Not sure if it was mentioned, but the other thing that's been going on is the US government is still blocking Venezuela to pay his lawyers. Right. I did not know that. Yeah, cool. Yeah, lie. Although it may seem like a punishment, the point of this type of confinement is to protect the detainee and jail staff, according to the Prisons Bureau. Quote from the Maduro article. Yeah, that's dog shit. The only reason that prisoners are ever at risk in prison from other inmates is because the screws don't manage the prisons well and they let that shit happen. That's all that is. Sorry, but like, you know, when you know what goes on inside prisons, it's just like you just know that it's all dog shit. It's like, no, there's nothing being done to protect prisoners. There's nothing being done to protect prisoners. Locking someone away in solitary confinement is not protecting anyone from anything. Completely insane. Screws encourage fights. Yeah, they encourage people to fucking attack each other and shit. Because they hate the fucking inmates. And they're like, yeah, man, if this guy can stay inside for another 10 fucking years, great. Because I'm a fucking psychopath. And I love punishing people. And also probably a fascist. Because they're all fascist. They're all fascists by fucking default. They probably do this in the US as well. But in the UK, prison guard unions actively reach out to far-right groups to recruit prison guards from. You know?
Saw a 15-point plan that was floated.
No, I know that you probably know that, Hippie Marshmallow. I'm just sort of like using it as a launching pad to talk about this stuff because I think that it's a huge fucking blind spot for a lot of left-wingers is, prison abolition and the state of people in prisons and stuff. You know what I mean?
Reporters in this room
hey, got me, mama.
About speculative points.
Oh, yeah, they do it all the time. We had a great chat on Red Planet with someone from Prisoner Solidarity Network, 2 people from Prisoner Solidarity Network, in the UK. One guy who had been in prison on a life sentence and he'd been let out. And he has made it his life's journey to talk about just how bad things are in prison, and how essentially it's petty offenders. You know, the majority of people in prison are working class petty offenders who get institutionalized, sometimes from birth because they're from the care system. So, you know, if you're an orphan, if you can't find a foster home, you get put in state care. State care is abusive. It's basically like prison for children without parents. And then you get out of that. You can't adjust to real life because you've not been allowed to live in real life. You might be an abuse victim. You might be a rape victim, a child sexual abuse victim, and you just reoffend. You just offend. Well, not reoffend. You do your first offense. They find out that you're in care, that you have no support network or anything like that. They chuck you in a fucking cell for an indeterminate amount of time. You have your trial. You know, the judge is like, well, you're getting put away because your representation doesn't give a fuck about you. And that's that. People are just in the system, and there is no option for rehabilitation for these people. It is fucking disgusting. When you learn about it, it is quite possibly one of the most frightening aspects of living in the capitalist imperialist system. Our prison systems are overwhelmingly designed to just like imprison a certain amount of working class individuals, more often than not the most marginalized working class individuals you could possibly imagine. So, you know, the majority are black and brown, migrants from migrant backgrounds, disabled, you know, multiple mental health issues, you know, all this kind of stuff. You know? I think it is just super important to just like, yeah, so sorry, I wasn't like, you know, correcting you or anything, Hippie Marshmallow. I just think it was a very pertinent moment to just talk about the actual like struggle of prisoners, you know, and I you know, I don't give a fuck about how you feel about what they did to be inside. Sorry, just don't think any human being should be treated in that way.
From anonymous sources. The White House never confirmed that full plan. There are elements of truth to it, but some of the stories I read were not entirely factual. So I am not going to negotiate on behalf of the president here at the podium. What I will tell you is these talks are ongoing. We're not going to get into the nitty-gritty details that have been exchanged between the United States and Iran at this time.
Well, yesterday the president mentioned a very big president that the Iranian
Krill says, my dad didn't last long as a guard at our bus depot or prison. He was told he was being too nice. This was back in the 90s. Yep.
Had given the U.S. He wouldn't go into detail, but was it that ship?
That's right, Morgana.
2 million barrels of oil that made it through the state of Hormuz?
I'll let the president speak on that at the appropriate time.
Hey, aren't they letting millions of barrels of oil through the Strait of Hormuz? Yeah. Speak to the president about that one, bro.
Today, Iraq's government reportedly is planning to lodge a protest with the U.S. According to the Wall Street Journal, there was an attack in Iraq that hit.
They've done a bit more than that, actually. But yeah, carry on. We're gonna take a look at that in a second.
Reportedly, what's the U.S.'s response to that? Was the U.S. responsible for that attack?
I'll have to check in with the Pentagon on that, and we'll get you an answer.
Thank you, Caroline, too, if I may. Speaker Johnson today described the conflict as wrapping up, but the 82nd Airborne Division, they're typically deployed at the beginning of conflicts. So does the White House consider this conflict as wrapping up, or is it changing shape?
As I said at the beginning of my remarks, we are meeting our goals of Operation Epic Fury expeditiously. The president likes to maintain options at his disposal. It's the Pentagon's job to provide those options to the commander-in-chief for any...
It's our job to make sure that the commander-in-chief is completely unpredictable at all times. It's his right to do that. He's allowed to be so unpredictable that markets swing wildly out of control whenever he does a tweet. By the way, should we take a look at Truth Social? Let's have a quick look at his Truth Social, see what he's posting about today. It's called the fickle PDF doctrine, yeah. He posts like every hour, sometimes multiple times an hour. Like I just can't keep up with this guy's posting. Wait, what is this? Iran's flex of long-range ballistic missiles vindicates Trump may change European calculus. Why is he posting this? Why is he posting it? It's just like a news article that says... It's a news article that says they're firing really powerful long-range missiles. And he's like, we've taken out of all their missile capability. They're firing much less missiles than they did. And he's just posting like something totally antithetical to that. Oh my God, look at all this shit flashing through. This website is so good, by the way, chat. It just works really well. Hey, Blue Terry Teddy. 2 Air Canada pilots were killed on LaGuardia Airport and Trump never even offered condolences to the family. He doesn't give a fuck because it's Canada. He's like, yeah, man, Canada, like, they don't care. We don't care about them. They're more friends with China now. What is this? He's just truthed. This is, when was 17 hours ago, man? That post used the word calculus. No. It wasn't an intern, Krill. I'll tell you what that was. He was reading the news. Like, watch. I bet this is what happens if I do it, right? And because he's an old man, right? This is exactly what happens, right? Look, there's a little button here. Truth Social. Oh, wait, hang on. Where will it be? It will be like at the bottom. On these things, there's normally like an option to share an article to a particular thing. Do you just do this? Oh, I forgot. I can't remember what my account is. Wait. Where did that go? Yeah, it's a pre-written message that happens. If I do it to Twitter, will it just do it? Yeah. It just does this. He's just done this, but for Truth Social. Like, there you go. See what I'm saying? Yeah. He's just doing that because he's an old man. That's all it is. Wait, what was that I just saw? Oh yeah, this one. Bro, why is he just posting something like this? Can you imagine posting something like this about yourself? From Gen X Awakening, Jody on the couch on Twitter. He's like screenshotted something on Twitter, which means that he's like looking at Twitter, or someone sent him something. Someone sent him this on WhatsApp or something, and he's just like, greatest president ever.
Hello, me old chum.
It's fucking mad. Thank you for the follow. Hey Val, what's up? How you doing? 9 p.m. or 11 p.m. on the East Coast. I don't remember which direction time zone's going. That's a fake Jody? Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean that's a fake Jody? I don't even know what that means. What does that mean? I don't even know who the real Jody is. Wait, during his first term, a story leaked that they had to stuff the briefing with colourful graphics and severely limit the briefing time, or he'd just get up and leave. That's mad. That's fucking mad. Yeah, when is he sending this stuff? Oh shit. This was 17 hours ago. Right, so 17 hours ago from now, 3 a.m. Wait, 3 a.m. our time. So he's on the East Coast. So that's past old man bedtime. He's posting that at like fucking 10 at night. And then he just continues to post. When does he stop posting that night? Oh no, there you go. You can see he stopped posting around that time. All right. Okay. Blame the Democrats for the airport's mess. They want to do what they want our country to do badly. They want our country to fail. They already signed bill because they want to take care of criminals who enter our country illegally rather than American citizens. Thank you to our great ICE patriots for helping. It makes a big difference. I may call up the National Guard for more help. President DJT. Hey Kev, how's it going? Everybody go follow Kev. K off Logan 1875. Network, how are you doing? Welcome in. What is he talking about? The Democrats don't want to make any deal unless amnesty. He's talking about the shutdown. Imagine just tweeting "Make America Great Again," all caps. 5 hours ago. What time was that? That'd be like 4 p.m. That'd be like 4 p.m. This is like 11 in the morning. I am so proud of our ICE patriots. They were unfairly maligned by the lunatic Democrats for years. And now at the airports, in addition to what they are supposed to be doing, they are helping people with bags. Even picking up and cleaning areas. Is that what the TSA does? What is the TSA again? It's like fucking... What the fuck? They're not even supposed to do that shit. It's not. He's just whatever. Yeah, it's the airport security, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, it is his job to be making America great again, but he's just not doing it. Why did I start looking at this again? It's always fascinating, isn't it? Like, he's just tweeting out the ass about the fucking... He's talking about voter fraud. He's talking about ICE. He's like, we're circumventing the shutdown, so it's really good. Yeah, they're custom. Yeah, they stand there while you scan stuff in metal detectors. Yeah, we got them over here. Yeah, I know what they are now. My meeting with the highly respected president of China, President Xi Jinping, was originally postponed due to our military operation in Iran. Has been rescheduled and will take place in Beijing on May 14th and 15th. First Lady Melania and I will also host President Xi and Madam Peng. I don't think that's her. Is that her name, Madam Peng? Madam Peng for a reciprocal visit in Washington, D.C. at a later date this year. Our representatives are finalizing preparations for these historic visits. I look very much forward to spending time with President Xi in what will be, I am sure, a monumental event. Okay. Why is he doing this? Why is he posting like this about Xi Jinping? Is it because of the market? What's he trying to do? What's his angle? Let's have a look at the markets, by the way. We haven't had a look at this today. Here we are at the month at a glance. Looking good. This looks fine, right? This is fine. Let's take a look at a week. All right, looking better. Okay, so they've been recovering over the last week. And they're recovering today. Interesting. Interesting stuff. Maybe this is because of his truth. Maybe that's what that is. Maybe that's what happened. Everyone's like, oh, he's going to meet with Xi Jinping and fix the economy. This means things are good. I don't seriously understand how... Who does Sora? It's OpenAI. I don't understand how the Mag 7 can still be doing good considering that Sora got shut down yesterday. You know, Sora, the thing that came out like... It was like 8 months ago. The markets like it when Iran takes a plane down. Did Iran take a plane down? Is Iran taking a plane down this evening? I haven't even seen it. The month overview looking like a tomato pizza with Purcell. Yeah. Got Purcell spludged all over it. Oh, that's funny as hell. Yeah, okay. All right, I just wanted to have a quick look at the markets. All right, let's continue listening to this.
Specifics on troop deployments, though, I would point you to the Pentagon.
And today, Philadelphia District Attorney Larry Krasner reiterated threats to potentially arrest ICE agents that were sent in to assist with these historically long TSA lines. He said, quote, "The president cannot pardon you." Has the president seen Krasner's comments? Does he have any response?
The president
Who is this? What are they talking about?
He's talking to the ICE agents who are handing out water bottles and are helping people move through lines at airports. It's a disgraceful comment. The men and women of ICE are great people. I would encourage this lawmaker, whose name I don't know and don't care to know, to actually...
I don't even care about him. Who is this guy? What a loser.
The ICE agents who are on the ground doing this important work, not just in our nation's airports, but again,
like the Trumpian stuff does betray them sometimes, because that is just gonna like Streisand affect this guy's name into the stratosphere. Who is this guy? I don't even care about him. He's the Attorney General of Pennsylvania. I thought I'd heard of his name before. Yeah. Who is this guy? I don't even care. What a loser. Like, people are just gonna start Googling him. They hit an FA-18 today. Tune unrelated. Tune unrelated, chat.
حكيم الثورة باسم الجبهة الشعبية طلت الراية الحمراء رايات الجبهوية باسمك حكيم الثورة باسم الجبهة الشعبية من عهد النسر.
Thank you for that, Baxapath. I disavow. How terrible. Okay.
Violent, dangerous, illegal alien criminals from our country to protect this individual and all of us in this room and Americans across the country from murderers, pedophiles, and rapists who have been allowed into our country by Democrat politicians. Mario, good to see you.
Thank you, Caroline. Good to see you as well. Just given that the president postponed his original trip to China because of the war, should we infer that the war will be wound down and concluded by the time of that May 15th, 14th visit?
Again, as I've said, we've always estimated approximately 4 to 6 weeks, so you could do the math on that, Mario, but we do look forward, I know the president looks forward to going to China on May 14th and 15th, and of course, as always, we'll provide additional logistical details to all of you in the media for that trip, who I know look forward to coming with us as well.
One follow-up. Was that a precondition? Did the two leaders speak about the conclusion of the war? Was that a precondition for them to have this rescheduled meeting?
No, there was a discussion about the rescheduling of the meeting between the president and President Xi. President Xi understood.
Hey, Morgan. Hey, Cunning.
It's important for the president to be here throughout these combat operations right now. He understood, obviously, the request to postpone and accepted it, which is why we have new dates on the books, and I'm happy to announce those to you today. Jennifer.
On the negotiations with Iran, are there
Did you see that chat?
face-to-face talks planned perhaps in Pakistan? And who do you think would probably be going?
Again, I've
You just
seen a
like
lot of
licked it out of my hand.
and reporting about potential talks that could happen later this week. Nothing.
Morgan, thank you for the 7 consecutive
until it
streams.
is announced formally by the White House. I would not get ahead of our skis on reporting about any talks this weekend until you hear directly from us.
Does the president think that all of the allies will go along with whatever the U.S. concludes with these Iranians? Are you expecting that Israel and all the other allies will follow whatever agreement is made?
I think the president has shown that he is absolutely the leader of the free world, the head of the most powerful military in the world, and
How?
Various
How has he shown that?
The 12-day war between Iran and Israel, the ceasefire between Israel and Gaza. The president has shown a very unique skill at getting our allies to get on board with what's in the best interest of the United States, but also the world in cases of foreign policy like this.
What are you talking about?
Thanks, Carolyn. So, is there a time frame as to when the first oil tanker can go through the Strait of Hormuz freely?
It's a very good question.
There are loads going through all the time.
Ed, I don't have a specific timeline for you today, but it's obviously something the administration is working towards as quickly as we can. And with respect to oil, as you know, the administration has taken a number of actions to stabilize.
He's purring quite a lot, chat. I think he likes that pillow being there.
DFC to offer reasonably priced political risk insurance for takers through the strait. We issued that temporary waiver.
What? This is all wish casting bullshit. How the fuck? What insurance company is gonna take a risk on going through the Strait of Hormuz that is closed because military operations are preventing the ships from going through there. What do you mean? I know they've curated it to be like this deliberately, but you learn more by not watching this bollocks. Yeah, but it's fun to watch. That's why we watch it. It's fun to watch because we know it's bollocks, right? Hey Mushy, how you doing?
To allow countries to purchase sanctioned Russian oil to alleviate global...
The important work that ICE is doing.
So I'm at JFK.
Oh, it's Matt. Hello.
Airport, where today ICE agents were sent in to help with the long TSA lines because TSA workers aren't being paid. And this is what they're doing. Absolutely fucking nothing. Well, this
hell yeah, dude.
God bless her. Handles the entire line.
This is so sick, chat.
Doing nothing.
Also, by the way, this is a great opportunity to be taking pictures of these guys' faces. And isn't it mad how they all like just kind of have like the same face? They all just kind of look mad similar.
Good job, guys. Good work.
Literally,
except for this fucking one guy. Bro, they found Big Balls' Fortnite buddy to come and join ICE. This is crazy.
Good work.
Literally, this woman is handling the entire TSA line.
It's like same body type, same face, same expression.
ICE agents stand and watch her.
Just like the fascist ideal body standard, you know?
Break time, our day at work. I actually can relate to you guys in the sense that when I worked...
Bring your kid to work day!
while doing nothing to
like every single ICE agent just looks like this guy. You know what I'm saying? It's just like...
convince people that I was working. Well, at least I can sleep easy.
But everybody should be taking pictures of him. Everyone should absolutely be taking pictures of these fucks while they got the faces out. Because obviously normally they don't have the faces out. This was a whole big thing. And apparently this is Trump being like, hey man, they're not allowed to have face masks on while they're in airports. I don't think it's a good look. So, you know, that's it.
Easy, knowing that this airport finally has
him
bathroom attendants. Snack time. Tough day on the job. So lines are the exact same length they were before, and we've replaced...
Nah, what the fuck? More? Teenage-looking ICE agents walking around LaGuardia Airport. Nah, bro, what the fuck? This is crazy. This guy can't be more than 20. Both of them can't be more than 20. This is fucking nuts. Absolutely fucking terrible tattoo, by the way. No offense if anyone's got like a similar kind of sleeve, but like... I know that I don't have any tats, so maybe I shouldn't be allowed to comment on this, but... I just feel like if you get a sleeve like this, it's just so uninspired nowadays. And this looks fresh, you know what I mean? You know, have a bit of, you know, it's your body. You're putting art on your body, man. You know what I mean? Have a bit of, you know, have a bit of creativity about it. Is it war?
Welcome back to Is It War?
Oh, I saw this before. I saw this like a couple of days ago or something.
War. World War I. War. Correct. World War II. War. Correct. The Vietnam War. War. Oh, I'm sorry, Carl. That was a congressionally authorized counteroffensive. Don't worry, we get right back on track with the Korean War. War. No, that was police action.
No, they had tanks and stuff.
Well, the police have tanks now, don't they, Carl? Okay, the First and Second Iraq War.
War.
They identify as military action. It's a bit like pronouns, except we kill people. All right, how about Libya?
War.
I'm sorry, that was kinetic action, not a war. Venezuela.
I love kinetic action. It's my favorite kind of action. I love it when there's a kinetic action.
Well, it was an act of war.
By the way, kinetic action, like, just means something that moves that is a action. Right? That's all that means. It like kinesis is like the act of moving around. Right? As opposed to non-kinetic action, aka inaction. Kinetic action, I sure hope it does. Exactly.
No, I'm sorry, that was a law enforcement operation, not a war. Iran!
It's a war! We're doing war things!
No, not war things. Preemptive retaliatory de-escalation action.
No, that's not a thing!
All right, judges? Okay, how about the war on terrorism?
War!
No, it was a coalition-led conditional operation. How about Afghanistan?
Afghanistan was the war on terror!
No, I'm sorry, that was a pre-authorized defense stabilization initiative.
Okay, can somebody tell me the rules here?
War on poverty, Carl.
Well, poverty? That's not even a thing.
I'm sorry, I hate to do this to you. It was a trick question. We don't have poverty in the United States. The Dow went up to 50,000. Couldn't even get that high. Amazing. Don't even worry about the Epstein files. War on Christmas.
The coffee cup thing? No, that's not a war.
It is a war for the soul of the nation and whether or not I can wish my children Merry Christmas.
Okay, you know what? I quit. I don't want to do this.
By the way, have all the Yanks seen the absolute absurd insanity posting about Easter in the UK? Have all the Yanks seen this? It happens every year. Do they do this in the Did they do this in the USA? Do they complain about Christmas? Do they complain about Easter? Easter eggs? Is this a thing? Easter eggs aren't a thing in America? I don't think that's true. Is that not true? How do I find the news about this stuff? Do I just type in woke Easter eggs? Wait, have I just hallucinated this? I'm pretty sure that I saw people posted about this on Twitter. It has happened, hasn't it? British chatters, this has been happening. Christmas, yes. Easter, no. We do have Easter eggs. I was going to say. It defo happened, didn't it? Yeah. I'm going to have to search on Twitter because it's just not bringing up any articles. Woke Easter. I'll just type in woke Easter and see what comes up. They do it every year, yeah. Okay, here's an example. This was from like 3 fucking days ago. Dear Cadbury, right? I don't know who the fuck this person is. Dear Cadbury, from Cadbury this season. What season? Go on, say it. It's Easter. You're selling Easter eggs for the Easter season. How dare you profit off a Christian holiday while erasing its Christian origins? The Easter eggs. It's Easter. Shame on you. It's so good. It's so... And they literally all say Easter on. They all say it. It says it on all the boxes on top of all of them. It's fucking crazy. It's also... I swear to God, it's not just this one poster as well. This is a legit fucking phenomena that happens. Okay, well, this isn't this year, but this is like last year. Oh, no. No, this is not gonna... No. Okay, here's George Galloway. Here's a great example, right? Here's a great example of George Galloway being a piece of shit, and why, if you see George Galloway talking any kind of sense about anything, you should know that he is doing it because he's a career politician. An insane career politician that doesn't actually give a shit about any kind of cause. And yes, I'm including Palestinian liberation in that.
I mean, it's almost as if this is a planned provocation, cancelling Easter and replacing it with Refugee Week.
This is from last year, by the way. Yeah, he's like the Scottish Tucker Carlson. He does do a great impression of a cat. This is the first year I've seen Easter complaining. It's been happening for like the last 6 years.
It's almost as if
Cadbury cancel Easter. Yeah, no, it's fucking Mad Baldwin.
To cause even deeper division in our society, even greater interreligious discord, even hatred. And a useful liberal white idiot of a school teacher, headmistress, has been found to carry out the provocation.
Yeah.
By the way, the fedora is crazy. The fedora is absolutely mad, man. It's just like, this guy is like 89 years old. You know? Christians love stealing pagan traditions and then screeching about how no one respects the Christian traditions they stole. Yes. Hello, Mama B. I was thinking the same thing. That's so ridiculous. Shit. Sit down and shut up. Yeah. Also tried to say it's okay to roll over and help yourself the night after sex as a rotten defense of Assange when he was accused. Oh, man. What? No, he's the worst. He wears the hat because he was hit in the head. It covers the scar. When was he hit in the head? Wait, what? Is that why he loves J.K. Rowling? Does he think he's Harry Potter? Is that what it is? Got the glasses. Okay, well that's George Galloway talking about woke Easter. What is this? Cadbury's cancel Easter? Oh, yes, mate. Who's this? WSE bag? I've seen this bloke before.
To call them Easter eggs, Cadbury's mini egg. Not a single mention of Happy Easter anywhere. Boycott all brands that have erased the word Easter. Don't you like Jesus Christ? Screw your prophets.
Oh, yeah, he's, this guy's okay. He's criticizing the whole thing.
Hey, it's Easter. You don't screw your prophets. You nail them to a cross. They're not going to like that. WTF is a gesture egg. Cadbury's used to be about chocolate milk and Easter. Not even wishing people happy Easter says it all. And it's an insult. Britain has been a Christian nation for over 1,400 years. Yet now, Cadbury...
Is that true? I don't even think that's true.
They won't even use the word Easter on their eggs. Any chance I can get an Easter egg, please, M&S? Will they ever learn? It's like they do it on purpose to offend. I think that's what you're doing. Hey, Jamie, if you're watching, like and subscribe. Just go into their Easter section on their website. Well, at least M&S have that. Cadbury's would never. There's the Easter section on their website as well. Hope that helps. This is going to annoy you, lads, because I know how much you hate recycling. You're just regurgitating talking points from 2 years ago. Why are Cadbury selling chocolate gesture eggs rather than Easter eggs? It's another attack on Christianity. What's the date on that? March 2024. How interesting. Where and when did this happen? Probably everywhere because of Cadbury's woke totalitarian regime on chocolate. Or
it's
maybe
true.
It's happened in one shop in 2024. And then when Cadbury found out about it, they were like, change it. And then the shop did. Like, literally one shop 2 years ago.
And also, like, I think it's kind of fine calling it a gesture egg. It's a bit creative. And I think that just like, every now and then, just like changing the way that we say stuff, I just think it's fun. You know? I just think that's a bit fun. If you think about like the phrase gesture egg, is it a phrase? It's not really a phrase. Like the two words together, gesture egg. Like you could create a whole cartoon about that or something, or you could draw something like a piece of art or, whatever. Someone jumped Galloway? That's crazy. I'm not surprised, to be honest. He's just a fucking knob. What's this? 2 days ago. Okay, I was laughing so much that I closed all my windows. Sorry, chat. Wait. That's so funny. Oh, that's so good. Easter eggs slashed even further as shoppers point blank refuse to buy Cadbury's, saying the taste has changed and it isn't even chocolate anymore. That's true though. It's true. This is actually true. This is the fucking real reality of Easter eggs, right? Ever since Kraft, bought Cadbury's, the chocolate tastes shite now. It doesn't taste the same. We will never get that fucking taste back. It is a fact. It's just a fact. This is just true. How would you even know you're not supposed to have eaten it yet? What, your Easter egg? Buttons are not the same. No, buttons are not the same. None of the Cadbury's chocolate is the same. Milky Way, totally fucking different. I will never forget how good Milky Way used to be back in the day. It was absolutely nuts. And now you taste it and it's just like, what is going on here, mate? I'm putting a very creamy team together. Yeah, Milky Way used to be the absolute fucking don. Like crack. My nana got me a... Let me see if I can find this. It's such a fucking bizarre thing to have had. But she got me years ago this like dairy milk dispenser. It was from the 80s. But she got it me in the 90s. Oh my god, there it is. Bro, that's fucking crazy. I had one of these, and I remember just having the time of my fucking life with this thing. You would put 1p into either end, right? And it would just drop a little mini bar of chocolate out. And it was so good because it made you, like, savor the chocolate taste. You had one of these as well, yeah. These were just mad bangers back in the day. It was just mad bangers. At least it's not Hershey's. It tastes like sick. Yeah, Hershey's chocolate is bad. But Kraft is an American company, and that's why it tastes bad now, because Americans just don't know how to do chocolate. They've just never known how to do it. And now when you go to like France and have chocolate, it's like, oh my god, French chocolate's better than British chocolate. What's going on here? The Yanks is what's going on here. The fucking Yanks. It's just another aspect of Yankification. Anyway, let's get back to the news.
We're working with the IEA to coordinate the release of another 400 million barrels. We issued that 60-day Jones Day Act waiver. And then just today, EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin, if you missed it, in consultation with the Department of Energy, announced
gesture egg, more like jester egg, because Cadbury's is jester maxing.
Sales of E15, gasoline blended with 15% ethanol, to remove all federal impediments to selling E10.
Yeah, they make it as cheaply as possible.
Across the country, the emergency fuel waiver will temporarily waive the summer low volatility requirements and blending limitations for gasoline to provide
the red car blue car advert for it made Milky Way taste better. Wait. Red car blue car Milky Way advert. Oh my god, you're right. What the fuck, bro? Wait, this is Milky Way. Wait, was I just calling that Milky Way the whole time? I meant dairy milk. Did we change what we were talking about? Wait, was I saying Milky Way the whole time? I was. I didn't mean Milky Way. I meant dairy milk. What? I didn't even mean this. What? Milky Way the whole time? What? My fucking brain's gone, mate. COVID. It's because I've had COVID loads. Brain fog. I'm not even talking about Milky Way. Fuck Milky Way. Milky Way has always been dog shit. It's Nestle. Or is it? Is it Nestle? Is it Mars? No, I'm on about dairy milk. Dairy milk is fucking... I'm on about the classic Cadbury dairy milk. That's so stupid, bro. It's Mars. Yeah, it's Mars. It's not Nestle, it's Mars. But Mars is bad, right? And Mars bad? Cadbury's is bad. I think Cadbury's got better. And like, I went to the Cadbury factory once and they were talking about how like, they were like, we do fair trade now and we don't fuck over people in imperial periphery countries and shit, but they probably still did. Mars is BDS. There you go. I didn't even remember it was Mars. Yeah. No, I'm on about these. I'm on about fucking dairy milk. Let's see if we could get an image of the old style, what they used to look like. It's so mad how they changed the branding and everything as well. I think that this is when it used to be good. I think this is the last time that dairy milk was good, when it looked like that. I'm pretty sure. I'm partial to Three Musketeers. It's a big texture seeker. What is a Three Musketeers? Yorkie bars are pure fakeness too. Yorkie bars are alright, but they're Nestle. I think this is, yeah, well maybe if it was 10 years ago, then it's probably not these. I'm trying to find the point in time when they went bad. It was when did, I'm just going to type it in. When did Kraft buy Cadbury? In 2010. Is that how long it's been since we've had normal fucking chocolate? Is it any wonder our life is shit? Hello, sweet summer child, 2010. Is it any wonder that things have just been unnecessarily shit in Britain since the fucking Tories got in 2010? We didn't even have chocolate to get through it. That's mad. That's absolutely mad. Did they come in foil before? I mean, that you're talking like the 80s when they had foil. You're telling me I'm from Chile? Yeah, exactly, yeah. Hey, Icky Trunks, thank you for the 40 consecutive stream watch. Shut all the factories around the world, consolidating manufacturing to a few shit places, yeah. They're not cheap enough to eat all the time, but Singing Rooster sells good quality chocolate from Haiti as ethically produced as can be. That sounds pretty good. I've got so many weird like anyone would think that I'm like a boomer. I've got like a tab here that's got like woke Easter Cadburys, and I've got like when did Kraft buy Cadbury? Right, so it was 2010. So Cadbury bar pre 2010. I wonder if you can buy one. I wonder if anyone's like got one in like a freezer somewhere. What the fuck is this? The Cadbury timeline? Start the journey. Nah. Just take me to fucking 1990. Here we go. This is when things started peaking. Insane mode. No, I don't want to hear about 2012. I want to see the fucking thing. There, right there. This was when it was good. This one. That one right there. That's when it was good. Green and Black's chocolate is good. Yeah. But it's expensive, innit? Chocolate doesn't keep well. I thought chocolate just kind of went like a weird, kind of like white. It's like a cat turd. I don't think we ever had that here. Yeah, this is British as fuck. And the reason it's called dairy milk is because they were just like, it's milk from a dairy. I'm 2012 Olympic posting as well. Why am I 2012 Olympic posting? What are you on about? There might be one in a military rations pack. They're not giving grunts on the front line that shit. Pretty sure the milk fats in it will go rancid. Nah, it'd be right. I'd fucking try it. If someone got me a Cadbury milk bar that was like wrapped in something from 15 years ago, yeah, I'd have it. I'd try it because I just want to know what it tastes like. I just want to know what it tastes like again. It's like I can't remember how it tastes, but I know it's better than what we've got now. You've tried it, still alive? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's probably fine. Does anyone else have a childhood memory of attempting to eat an absurdly large chocolate bunny until you got sick to your stomach? I did, but I never got sick because I'm just built differently. Yeah, look what they took from you. Exactly. Anyway, all right. We've done a little bit of nostalgia posting. Let's watch this advert just for all the people who got excited because it was talking about Milky Ways. By the way, Milky Ways tastes exactly the same. So, you know, Milky Way fans, good for you, innit? Yeah, I remember this.
All Red wants to do is stuff his face. He eats everything he sees, from trucks to prickly trees. When Smart Old Blue, he took the Milky Way. He's looking for a chocolate treat, fluffy and light, cause he knows it won't spoil his appetite.
This was some crazy marketing, by the way. Buy a Milky Way and it doesn't fill you up. They were doing this all the fucking time. In the 2000s, in the 90s, they were like, Milky Way, great chocolate. You know why? It doesn't spoil your appetite. You can have it and you won't be too full up for your tea. And there was the bus advert. Yeah? Wait, was it an alien? It was an alien. I can't fucking... What?
Oh, Jack, look at the queue.
Oh, I used to hate this kid so fucking much, man. Why did they make him hum that tune like that? Why did they make him do that?
Oh, Jack, look at the queue.
Shut up.
Why? Sorry, I'm full up. There you go. Jack's mum says you don't get full up with a Milky Way. I think he's gonna go for it.
Roadman alien. Madness, mate. Madness. Yorkie not for girls adverts. That shit was crazy. It's crazy how they did that. It's crazy. Like, this is gonna be bad. I just already know that this is gonna be really bad. It's already terrible. It's already terrible. It's like a girl trying to buy a Yorkie because, like, she's not allowed, so she's dressing up as a guy. I remember this advert as well.
Yorkie, please, mate.
You're not a bird, are you?
No.
You're not a bird. Bro, no way. What?
Yorkie, please, mate. Yorkie, please, mate.
You're not a bird, are you?
No.
Explain the offside rule then.
A player cannot be in an advanced position of the opponent's last defender when the ball is played.
Open that. Stockings are tight.
Stockings.
Oh look! A big hairy spider! You know, that wrapper really brings out the beautiful blue of your eyes.
Really?
Yorkie. 5 big masculine chunks of chocolate.
It's so bad, dude. Like, what the fuck? Dr. Pepper had an "it's not for women" phase in the US. Why did snacks do misogyny like this? It's just cause of misogyny. Just literally cause of misogyny. No, it's so stupid. It's so stupid. That's funny as fuck. He goes, "You're not a bird. You're not a bird, are you?" Oh, it's so good. Oh, God. Yeah, exactly. It's not for girls, but she's just one girl. That's not fair. It does look like George R.R. Martin, actually. Yeah, nah. Yorkie was fucking crazy, man. Absolutely crazy. Anyway, should we get back to the horrors? Should we get back to it? We got all of this from fucking Easter eggs getting cancelled because of woke. Pour one out for the trans mask eggs who felt some type of way about this advert. Yeah, hopefully it would have helped some people realize who they are. Hopefully it would have helped some people on the way. You know what I mean?
The straight, something we're tracking very closely, but obviously the administration
yeah, exactly,
is coming up with
Baldwin.
creative new solutions by the day to keep the price of oil stable, something the president wants to see, and I know Secretary Bessent.
There was there was none of that RTE. There was literally no, there's never been a time in the world where someone has said men can't do anything. That's just never happened.
Secretary Wright, Secretary Burgum, EPA Administrator Zeldin are all working together closely to find ways to do that.
The president gave that 5-day timeline for pause in operations. Would a tanker going through the Strait of Hormuz be one of the conditions that he would extend that?
That's only something the President of the United States can answer. I won't get ahead of him.
How about on TSA? Can I ask you about the TSA lines?
Sure.
Are the TSA lines, that we've all seen the video of that from various airports, is that going to be what ends the stalemate in Congress to get DHS funded?
Well, look, it's the Democrats who have led to this stalemate.
Oh my God, Sheila's Wheels. Remember Sheila's Wheels?
Has been very clear.
We're not looking at any more old British stuff. Just letting everyone know there's no more old British stuff happening for the rest of the stream. You can say the things in the chat, but we're not. We've already wasted way too much time. Everyone else in the chat is getting totally alienated. They can't relate. They don't understand what's happening. They're getting scared. Okay, you know, it is important for us Brits, and I appreciate it, but we can't. We're not looking at the Sheila's Wheels adverts.
Department of Homeland Security.
Sheila's Wheels is just too much. It's just. You know?
And we have attempted in good faith numerous times, both the president himself and lawmakers on the Republican side on Capitol Hill, to go to the Democrats with reasonable offers,
banana man.
with real solutions. They'll ask for
cultural
something,
transfer.
we'll give them that concession, and then they say, oh wait, that's not enough, actually. So I think that's why I said earlier, the cruelty is the point. They want this chaos. They want to distract, I think, from the success of our military.
There's been 2 separate instances of ICE agents getting bit by security dogs when they've been at airports. That's mad.
Overseas right now, totally obliterating the Iranian regime, and it's very unfortunate because there's only the only people that are suffering from this are the American people. And I hear that Democrats might be flying out of town tomorrow. How convenient and lovely of them that they get to go to the airport and that they'll get to go home to their families when you have families, TSA workers who are suffering. You have people across the country who are missing flights for funerals and for work commitments because of Democrat politicians on Capitol Hill. Mary, in the back.
Thanks, Caroline.
Glad to see you have a seat now.
I do. Thank you. Is the White House satisfied with Republican leadership's efforts on the Save America Act?
I think the president has made it very clear. He wants everyone on Capitol Hill to move as quickly as possible to get the Save America Act passed.
That's true, Bellatrix.
He wants to see that legislation on his desk as soon as Republicans and Democrats can move.
Yeah, don't tell Kristi Noem about those dogs.
Are there any lawmakers in Congress that the president is frustrated with on this matter and feels could be doing a better job?
Everyone on the airplane is going to a funeral. Is that true?
I think the president wants to see everybody on Capitol Hill move faster all the time. That he wants everyone in this town to work at
Helgina.
like we do here at the White House.
Yeah, also, didn't they actually fire every single TSA agent when they were doing Doge and shit? Isn't that like a legit thing?
I'll go to Karen.
Caroline, 2 questions on Lebanon, if I can. Is the U.S. providing support at this point for Israel's ongoing offensive in Lebanon? And is the president concerned that right now there are more than 1 million people who've been displaced and potentially...
Okay, that's crazy that a reporter is mentioning 1 million people displaced in Lebanon.
Significant amount of time.
That's not something I'm in a position to comment on for the first question. To the second question, of course, that's something that would concern the president. I think that's why he's again quickly moving to eliminate the threat of the Iranian regime in the Middle East, including weakening their proxies like Hezbollah, who have terrorized Lebanon for far too long. And I know that the president
Yes, it's Hezbollah that have been terrorizing Lebanon. It's Hezbollah that have been terrorizing Lebanon. Yeah, man, that's true. So true.
See this again move as quickly as possible over.
Ape Israel, yeah, they want
the course of the next couple of weeks here. Kristen.
They want the number to be higher.
If these negotiations are not successful,
I did Baldwin. We're gonna have a look at it in a minute.
Reopen the strait. In boots on the ground, given that all of our allies have essentially said that they are unable or unwilling to help.
Look, that's a hypothetical question. It's a hypothetical question. It's also a decision that would have to be made by the commander.
Okay, let's not. I don't know. It's unnecessary to mention her makeup. Totally unnecessary to mention her makeup. Totally unnecessary. Every single time a woman is on the screen, it makes people say things about women. Please stop it. I'm going to ban someone as to make an example of someone very soon, and it will be a permanent ban. I'm not fucking with you, okay? Please don't make me fucking do it. It's so easy. It's so fucking easy. I'm not saying anything about what she looks like. And I'm the streamer. I don't have an enter button in front of me. You've got an enter button, right? Stop it. Everybody stop it. Yeah? It hasn't been happening loads this stream, which I'm happy about, but it does just happen. Yeah, no, they left it up on fucking Yahoo, Baldwin. It's crazy.
Commander-in-Chief, and I'm not going to get ahead of him.
And in addition to that, when it comes to the
hey Zach, what's going on? Everybody go follow Zach up. What's going on?
More of an active participant in these negotiations with Iran.
I don't think anything has changed. The vice president has always been.
Need to get me an enter button. No, we don't. No, we don't, because I don't like. If I ever do say anything that I think sounds cruel or targeted towards someone because of their identity and not their politics, then you know. I will be like, soz about that, soz that I've done this. You know, maybe I shouldn't.
Right-hand man and a key member of the president's
within reason
team. He's been part of these discussions throughout this entire course of the administration with respect, again, to the 12-day war that the president and his national security team negotiated a solution to, with respect to the ceasefire between Israel and Gaza and the release of the hostages, which there was a lot of criticism that could.
Yeah, man, it's a real ceasefire, isn't it? It's a real ceasefire.
Get done, and it did. The vice president has been by the president's side every step of the way, and any reporting otherwise is just completely false. I see him in the room. Again, the president seeks his counsel on all matters, both foreign and domestic.
Can you just tell us who exactly the U.S. is negotiating with in Iran, and why the U.S. and this administration trusts that person?
Again, as I said to Gabe's question earlier, we're not going to get into the details of these negotiations and conversations that continue to take place, as of course you can imagine they are very sensitive diplomatic discussions. And I would reiterate, I do recall giving all of you the same answer when we were negotiating the ceasefire between Israel and Gaza. Gave you the same answer throughout the 12-day war between Iran and Israel. Gave you the same answer with respect to many of the other global conflicts that this administration has negotiated solutions to. President Trump is going to give his diplomats the freedom that they need to have these sensitive diplomatic discussions without negotiating and litigating them through the news media. Fran.
It's so cope. It's so much cope. The president is not gonna. He's just not gonna be talking about this stuff. It's private. Yeah. So, you know, private discussions happening. Diplomacy. That's how that works. Even though he's constantly talking about all the supposed details of the diplomacy that's supposedly happening.
Caroline, just to follow up, you said that some of the information that's been out there about the 15-point plan is inaccurate. Can you say what is accurate with respect to ballistic missiles, the nuclear ambitions, and the Strait of Hormuz, which are things that the president has laid out that he wants to see a couple times in the past?
Look, if you've heard it from the president of the United States, obviously it's true, as well as the
if you've heard it from the president of the United States, obviously it's true. Okay. All right.
of Operation Epic Fury, we've said repeatedly, I've said them from this podium, the Pentagon has reiterated them. That's why we've taken military action to achieve them. So of course, those are goals that we want to
take his word to the bank.
Full 15-point plan that's been floating around in many of your outlets, there's a lot of misinformation to that as well. And again, I would caution you from taking things from anonymous sources rather than verifying them directly with the White House. Christian.
Thanks, Caroline.
Wait, how did she say that? There's a lot of misinformation
To that as well. And again, I would caution you from taking things from anonymous sources rather than verifying them directly with the White House.
Don't say anything unless we approve it first. Hell yeah, mate.
Just came back from an ad, so now I get to embrace the ad-free experience.
Loki Human, thank you so much for the 5 months with Prime. Thank you so much. Chat, we've only got 10 more subs to hit the sub goal. That's crazy. That's crazy. Okay, yeah, I will allow that one because you're not really talking about her being a woman. You're just saying that she looks a bit like JD Vance. I think she does look a bit like JD Vance. They do kind of look a bit similar, yeah.
Christian.
Thanks, Caroline. 2 on Iran. First, would the president consider loosening asylum restrictions for Iranians trying to flee the country right now?
Vance has got a much bigger nose,
I won't get ahead of him on that. I haven't talked to him about that. Okay.
but it's her eyes made me see what you're saying.
Iran would be hit harder than they have been to this point if they don't recognize the fact that they're losing this war. Could those strikes happen before this 5-day negotiating window closes if the president doesn't think they're negotiating in good faith?
You're asking me to tell you if the commander-in-chief would authorize very strong strikes against the Iranian regime. That's not something I would ever reveal from this podium, true or not.
Yeah, it's just the most insane dance between misinformation, disinformation, all this kind of stuff. Yeah, first of all, there's just like no negotiations happening. That's just like totally wrong in terms of like from a baseline perspective. Second of all, the fucking president says all the time, I'm gonna hit Iran harder than I've ever hit them before in my entire life. Right? He says it all the fucking time. It's like they're gonna get hit so hard. We're gonna hit them way harder. We're gonna unleash hell.
Phil.
Here at the back. Thank you, Caroline. I was wondering if you would respond to some of this criticism of the administration from past allies like Joe Kent, who have said that the president's red line shifted from Iran cannot obtain a nuclear weapon to Iran cannot pursue nuclear enrichment. What is the administration's response to that criticism? 100
Biden's bathroom. Thanks so much for giving it a sub to Zach. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and your emotes.
I think the president and I have both strongly responded to the criticism by...
Now, why does fucking Twitch make us have a hype train when someone, like, resubbed a while ago? When was that? It was Johnny gifting a sub to Dr. Maggot earlier, right? Was it that? I think it was that. And then Twitch was like, hype train now. But there's just been two subs in a row. And Twitch is like, yeah, whatever, mate. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about your 2 subs. Get back to me when you get 1 sub. Get back to me when 1 sub happens. Even though 1 sub did just happen. It's so weird. Like, what triggers it? Like, what makes sense? I don't understand. Rhizome had an issue with that. I can't remember what they did to fix it. It's fine. I don't mind. I'm not 100... I'm not 100 bits or bust. Wait, what? Maybe the threshold gets higher the longer the stream goes. Yeah, maybe it's because... I feel like it happens earlier on. Yeah, 1 sub is enough at the very start, but now we would need like 10 or some shit. Yeah. I think that's probably what it is, Sorka, yeah. I don't think Trump or the people around him can even get their head around the fact that they simply can't bomb Iran into submission. They have 0 clue about the culture of Iran or Shias for that matter. Yeah, no, 1000%. I've said it before when I've been covering this. Even if they were to nuke Tehran, they would keep fighting. Iran would just keep fighting. You know? What if you started doing your own homebrewed hype trains? I do kind of do that anyway when we get like donos, direct donos and stuff. Hey, Magic Dealer, what's up? 1 sub is greater than 2 subs, obviously. This is true. Everything that I've been taught in maths is just wrong. You know?
Mr. Kent, who unfortunately resigned in disgrace and accused the president of...
Rise Home's issue was a setting that made it also take chat activity into account, so everyone yapping at the start of the stream makes it a lower threshold. So I could change that in my settings. Right, okay. I'll have a go at changing that in my settings, because it doesn't even make sense.
Basically being controlled by foreign countries and foreign manipulation, which is a ridiculous and laughable assertion. So his accusations have zero credibility as far as this White House is concerned.
The question of the red line shifting from no nuclear weapon to no nuclear enrichment, is there any substance to that argument?
I think the president has been quite clear in what he wants to see from the Iranian regime, which is why he chose to launch Operation Epic Fury in the first place.
Operation Epic Chungus Bacon.
Question for you on the SAVE Act, and I'd like to follow up on the DHS shutdown.
Sure.
First, Senator
The
Mike
Save
Lee-
America Act.
Save America Act. The president corrected me yesterday. That was fine.
She loves the Save America Act. She loves
Mike
it.
Lee said it's essentially impossible to pass the Save America Act through reconciliation. What's your reaction to that? Is the president worried that that strategy might fail?
I think he's willing to try all strategies. I spoke with him about this yesterday, and he said if we can make it work through reconciliation, let's absolutely do that. These, again, are common sense policies that are backed by the vast majority of voters across this country. The only people in this country who don't support them are politicians on Capitol Hill, and you all should ask them why they don't want voter ID, why they don't want proof of citizenship to vote in our nation's elections. Again,
It's because lefties love fake elections. That's what it is. We love voter fraud and fake votes. That's what we like. Yeah? It's just a really easy answer, you know?
Common sense proposals that are wildly popular, and the president is willing to use any means necessary to get...
Chat, if you're getting upset, don't worry. Look at that. There he is. Aww. He knows that you're watching. Look, he knows. He's like, don't look at me. Don't look at me. He's doing mad purrs, by the way. I think he's really happy with me bringing the pillow in here, actually. Oh, what's going on? What's going on? Yeah, he's a wee pal. Oh.
This legislation passed and onto his desk.
And then on the DHS shutdown, do you expect deportations to decrease while ICE is in the airports? And what are the trade-offs of having ICE in the airports?
Whoa, ISIS in the airports. Whoa, what?
Well, to address this
That's a bit of a Freudian
short-term
slip.
problem and the chaos that has been sowed by these Democrats on Capitol Hill, to address the lines and to get Americans traveling and get them to where they need to be. So the president, I think this was a creative solution, again, that was criticized, but we have seen wait times decrease, not as much as we'd like. Hopefully they will continue to, but at major airports over the course of the last few days, as ICE has been facilitating with travel.
Pushed out UKIP dickheads last Saturday. What's the Christian march outside our Catholic cathedral? Are you in Liverpool, Piss Rail? Legends. Absolute legends. Legends in the chat. Real legends all the time, every time. Nice one. Big up, big up. Big up our Antifa super soldiers. Go on the Scousers.
In these airports.
Have you seen the Farage Ipswich town visit from yesterday? I haven't.
Thank you, Caroline. On March,
Of course he'd go somewhere like fucking Ipswich.
the president said in the interview with Reuters that the U.S. should have a role in choosing Iran's next leadership. Now that we're almost 4 weeks into the operation, is that still the president's assessment of where it should go?
As I've said repeatedly, I think the president obviously believes the United States wants to have someone in leadership position in the Iranian regime that will be much more favorable, that will be willing to work with the United States, that will no longer...
They're having a disaster and everyone's taking the piss. Okay, we'll watch that after this. We'll watch that after this because it'll just be funny.
For the United States and for our allies.
Is there like a little clip? Is there like a little video of it? Because I wanna crack on with the Iran stuff because there's some interesting stuff happening. You know what I mean? Christian leaders came out and called UKIP for everything prior to the attempted march. Yeah, that's sound. Do you know what I mean? Like fucking proper Christian like ministers and stuff preach socialist values, which are like love thy neighbor and shit. You know what I mean? And fucking UKIP are marching around with fucking like wooden crosses and stuff, literally given to them by evangelical organizations in the USA. You know what I mean? There's no clip, just photo ops. All right, well, I'll have a look at that. Maybe we'll cover that tomorrow, yeah.
The president yesterday said that he had achieved regime change in Iran because the regime has changed. In terms of...
I mean, has it not?
Well, the leadership...
Their entire leadership has been killed, and nobody has really seen or legitimately heard from this alleged new leader. So, wouldn't you say there's been a change in the regime?
Fucking hell, Israel, that's mad.
There's been a change in the regime leadership, which is what the president said. So thank you for confirming he was right.
Whoa. What's going on here, bro? What's going on here, bro?
He had achieved regime change in Iran because the regime has changed. In terms of...
I mean, has it not?
Well, the leadership...
Their entire leadership has been killed, and nobody has really seen or legitimately heard from this alleged new leader. So, wouldn't you say there's been a change in the regime?
There has been a change in leadership.
They just filled the White House with debate perverts, you know what I mean? They just filled the White House with debate perverts. As brought up Catholic, how can any Christian support Zionism? Well, you know, it's often fascists will appropriate religions, right? Like ISIS, it's you know, it's completely unhelpful to call ISIS religious, right? It's completely unhelpful to call you know, Zionists Jewish. It's completely unhelpful to call, you know, or Zionist Christian, right? Because they're just like not, you know what I mean? Like when we spoke with Alexis DeLumis in, he was one of the guys who fought with the YPJ in Rojava. He was like, everyone in the region just calls ISIS psycho-fascists. That's what they just call them because they're fascists that act like fucking psychos, right? That's just the best way to fucking describe them. Like, they're not religious. They're not religious extremists. It doesn't matter what they say about Islam. They're totally fucking misappropriating it. And it's exactly the same for Christian Zionists. It's exactly the same for evangelical Christians. It's a, you know, yeah, ISIS kill fucking loads of Muslims. Exactly. There's nothing fucking holy about what they do. Yeah. And again, yeah, it's the same. It's the same with fucking all the fash. Hey Rob, how's it going? Everybody please go follow Rob Rousseau. Or you could go and check out his amazing new clips channel. Well, I don't think it's his new YouTube channel, but you could go and check out his amazing new Twitch clips on YouTube that I've been enjoying very much. I popped in his stream to tell him how much I enjoyed it earlier today. Because I'm enjoying them that much. I should continue to do them. Yeah, no, it is crazy. It's just it's a fucking debate pervert tactic that she's doing. She's like, oh, well, the regime has changed. He killed everybody, so wouldn't you say that's a regime change? And she's like, smug as fuck about it.
There's been a change in the regime leadership, which is what the president said. So
there's been a change in the, and you know, she's even sort of like, she's smug because she's thinking, well, even if I'm not, you know, even if they call us out for lying, the whole leadership has been destroyed. I can still say, well, there's been a change. There's been a change in the regime. It's like moving the goalposts.
For confirming he was right.
I mean, do you feel as though you've achieved leadership level or the personnel in place?
Western Christians support Zionism because they're racist against Muslims. That is why they're.
I think it's too soon to say.
Correct, Baldwin.
Of highly enriched uranium in Iran right now is
highly enriched Iranians.
The desire of the president has been to prevent
nuclear dust. I really want to hear him say nuclear dust again. I just kind of want to hear him say nuclear dust again. I'm going to find the interview that he did the other day because I just really want to fucking I just need to hear it.
Nuclear weapons. Is your expectation that the end game here is that eventually Americans will be in possession of that uranium, or you'll
nuclear dust
have some direct control over the highly enriched uranium that could be used to develop it?
Again, this is a point of conversation that continues. I think you know the means in which the United States would have to take in order to achieve that goal, and that's a decision for the president to make. Brian, good to see you, Brian Glenn.
Good to see you as well. Does the White House have a comment on a letter that was sent from Congressman Raskin to the DOJ alleging that the DOJ recklessly released damning information in regards to President Trump's documents?
Yes, I saw that letter from Congressman Raskin this morning, who I would add has zero credibility, and this letter was clearly a cheap political stunt. What the congressman did here, Brian, and for everyone in the room who's hopefully not reporting on this as fact, is that he took untrue and salacious claims in a memo that was produced by Jack Smith, who has been completely discredited for his lawfare and his witch hunts against this president, and that information was unverified. It never even made it into the indictment because it was so unverified. And what happened to that indictment anyway? It was thrown out. And Jack Smith has been proven, again, to be a prosecutor on a witch hunt against President Trump. He tried to throw him in jail ahead of the 2024 election. The Biden Department of Justice was fully on board with this.
I love it when they call it lawfare.
This story that was concocted.
Yes, lad. What's going on?
Raskin,
How you doing, Al?
was so ridiculous. I understand his communications team reached out to some outlets in this room who responsibly said,
"Chat, I can't find this fucking Trump press gaggle where he said nuclear dust."
Of course, MS Now did write that story this morning.
Nuclear dust. I just kind of really want to see it. There were so many classic bits in that. Trump press gaggle Air Force One. It's like the latest one. He didn't do another one today. Trump didn't say nuclear. He said nuclear. Nuclear dust. It'd be good if I could just type in Trump nuclear dust. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it's not. Oh, here we go. 2 days ago. Is it this one? It's this one. It's fucking this one. Hello, everybody. Hell yeah. It's so funny when he comes doddering up. Oh, yeah, mate. This is so sick. Let me get out of the sun. Right. I gotta find the transcript. Hang on. Can I find it like this? Nuclear. Yeah, hell yeah. It's 3 minutes in.
Not even close to it. Low key on the missiles. We want to see peace in the Middle East. We want the nuclear dust. We're going to want that.
He doesn't even correct himself and say enriched uranium. He says we want the nuclear dust.
We want the nuclear dust. We're going to want that. And I think we're going to get that. We've agreed to that. Yeah, we've agreed to that.
You want the enriched uranium before we can end this.
Even the press corrects him, and he doesn't even correct himself. He's just like, yeah, man, nuclear dust. I like the sound of that.
Enrichment, but we also want the enriched uranium.
He does say enriched uranium. That's fair enough. Where's the bit where he says? I just think this is one of the classic. This is a different angle. We saw this at a different angle the other day. Maybe if I just do this. Palm Beach, Florida. Trump press gaggle, Palm Beach, Florida. Find the actual angle. Who was it that had it at the angle that we were watching it from? Was it Forbes? I think it was Forbes. Oh yeah, mate. This is the classic bit. This is the other bit that I wanted. This is the other fucking bit that I just wanted to see again. And this is what he does to me.
We do end up hitting those uranium power plants. How is that different from what Russia has been doing in Ukraine by hitting?
No. I don't give a shit about this bit. I want to see him say, and this is what he does to me. It's there. It's right there.
All of a sudden, he wasn't.
Wait. Let's get the full bit.
Weapon, they would have been. Look, I'm not a fan of the guy. If you look at, and you never cover this, if you look at his troops or whatever he went on, ex-troops, if you look at his troops or his statements, he was all for everything. All of a sudden, he wasn't. He was a man that I met at Dover.
His wife died. His wife was killed.
Fairly quick.
Got a dead wife.
His wife was killed.
His wife's dead.
And I felt badly for him. He ran in for Congress, he lost.
He lost. He didn't win his Congress race.
He's a guy, nice guy. Seemed like a very nice guy.
His wife's dead.
Pretty heartbroken. Pretty. But I said, you know, it's a shame. He ran for Congress twice. Call him up, give him a job in the White House. Smart. They gave him a job in the White House, and this is what he does to me.
It's so good. This was just a classic. This was just classic. I think that we're entering the era now of just more and more stuff like this. The more and more that his brain is broken by the fact that, you know, he is getting his ass handed to him by Iran. You know, I think that we're just going to see more and more press gaggles like this, where he just drops absolute bangers like nuclear dust, bangers like this is what he does to me. You know, 2028 is going to be fucking crazy. Can you imagine him in the debates, in the presidential debates? We've got all this to look forward to, chat. You know, there's some, you know, there's a silver lining, yeah. Is Barnett's not at risk because of the fucking plane engine? Is Barnett's at risk just in general? Like, he is not staying on top of his dye routine. He's not staying on top of anything. Person, woman, man, hippopotamus, whatever he said. Anyway, let's get back to this. I think this is the end of this. We're gonna move on from this. So they're talking a lot about the 15-point plan, right? They're talking about the 15-point plan that Trump gave to Iran. That's what Trump's talking about. That's what the administration is talking about. We gave him a 15-point plan. People are saying that it included like a month ceasefire or whatever. Here are your classic Sky News freak pundits talking about this, trying to figure out what the fuck they're on about. Let's see how they comment on this.
Let's bring in our military analyst, Sean Bell, who joins us now. And Sean, we kind of have seen this 15-point plan, proposals of, we don't know exact wording, exact detail fully.
Yeah, it's like his indicted clip.
Some various and quite large demands on Iran's nuclear plans and proposals, whether they're civilian or whether they're military. Would Iran agree to this?
It's fascinating, isn't it? President Trump likes to issue his 15, 18, 20-point plans, doesn't he, as ultimatums. But I have to say, when you read through it, if I was Iranian, it looks like a surrender document. Remember those terms that we were looking at a different scenario. If you look at what the US objectives are, all it does is list those, because that way President Trump can claim that he's achieved victory. The top four around nuclear, the trouble is the nuclear ones, you can only actually solve this if you remove the intent. If you don't remove Iran's intent to develop nuclear weapons, frankly, all the bombing in the world simply puts their program back. And as we discussed off
these people are fucking scum. Shut up, man. Let them make the fucking bomb. Let them make the bomb. At this point, the only correct opinion is for you to be sat there going like, well, they're probably just going to make a bomb. They're probably just going to make a bomb, mate.
Off air, unless you can find this enriched uranium, you've already got the bare bones. You've got all the experience and expertise to do this. If the US objectives was to regime change, there may be a different regime in there, but it's still the same effective ideology. It's actually more...
Right, it's not a different regime then. Brother, please.
Dangerous. And you haven't seen a popular uprising. The regime may have been battered mercilessly from the air in terms of military capability, but you've still got the drones in place. They're still looking like they've got
the drones in place,
missiles around the region, and they've still got their foot on the throat of the West.
Multiple COVID reinfection brain moment. They've still got the drones in place.
In the Straits of Hormuz, I'm not entirely sure how 15-point plan is going to prompt them to start negotiating.
And with some pretty big demands in it. Well, maybe what might prompt them to start negotiating is this deployment of thousands of troops, really, but in a significant...
No, it won't. No, it won't. They've already said in a press fucking interview that they are waiting for a ground invasion to happen, and they are not afraid.
Division to the Middle East.
No, you could simply do what you're paid to do about this and report on the facts. Again, Twitch streamer from fucking Manchester, able to actually analyze and look at this stuff far more accurately than well-paid Sky News presenter, piece of shit propagandist. Please engage in reality. He thinks hummus is a dip made out of chickpeas. It's so true, and it's just extremely frustrating.
Would that mean, how would that be used?
Please look at a map!
These kind of soldiers be leveraged?
It looks good on pictures, doesn't it? But if you look at Afghanistan, how many troops at the peak did
this just did he? Oh my god!
It was
did he just say it looks good on pictures?
100,000. So 1,000.
He meant to say it looks good on paper.
Isn't going to materially change the dial at all. What it does do is put boots on the ground, which of course could be incredibly dangerous. I suspect what's more likely is that military analysts believe at the moment that Trump's looking for an off-ramp. He's looking for a way out. If you put troops into the region, it just throws a bit of uncertainty into the mix and therefore potentially gives you a bit more leverage in those negotiations. But quite frankly, at the moment, I as a military guy, I've never seen such uncertainty. The Sky put out this 80-second little video of Trump just turning around conflicting statements. It's very difficult to do analysis when you're seeing so much out there. What we can see is Iran's...
It isn't difficult to do analysis. You're just scared. You're just a coward. You're too much of a coward to say the fucking truth, which is that Trump is a unpredictable fascist monster. And the reason that he is unpredictable is so that people are unable to predict what he does, so that people have to prepare for what he doesn't understand is that people will prepare for the worst while they're around him and when they're dealing with him, right? As a military guy, as an estranged dad.
Still standing. They don't.
This guy's definitely an estranged dad.
To negotiate, at least publicly, and Trump desperately needs an off-ramp.
And then we've got to think it's not just the United States and Iran, but also Israel. And Israel is continuing its targeting of Iranian sites, but it is also massive.
Iranian sites.
Its operations in Lebanon, trying to create a buffer zone. And the words buffer zone may ring in people's ears because they maybe will think of potentially Gaza, for example, and the fact that Israel continues to occupy about 50% of the Gaza Strip. Some might consider that as a buffer zone. Is this a bit of a formula that
yeah, the footage in the background, just like a guy walking
Iranian sites, but it is also massive
slow-mo running through a fucking forest
in Lebanon, trying to create a buffer zone. And the words buffer zone,
it's just a guy being sick.
Maybe we'll think of potentially
it's just a guy going absolutely sicko mode.
Israel continues to occupy about 50% of the Gaza Strip. Some might consider that as a buffer zone. Is this a bit of a formula that we're starting to see develop from the Israeli perspective?
I think, unfortunately, you have to only go back in history a short time. Is that 1982 to 2000, Israel was occupying a bit of land. If you see the blue line, the Litani River, there is a blue line below that. You know, that's the border of Israel. And that buffer area has been contested in the past.
All right, yeah, just cut it off there, Sky. Thanks very much. Let's take a look at Al Jazeera's reporting on this. So, not really much about the 15-point plan there. A bit of a fucking pointless video from Sky, but we've got Al Jazeera here with the title, US negotiating with itself, Iran military says after Trump's claim of talks. This was 16 hours ago.
Reports that negotiations are underway between the US and Iran have failed to stop attacks across the Middle East. It's been nearly 4 weeks since the US and Israel attacked Iran, launching a war with global...
No, it is. It's just a buffer, you see. It's just a buffer. It's just a buffer zone. Yeah? Have you considered buzzword in the event that buzzword creates a buzzword, you know? A buffer zone is a legitimate thing, right? Where Israel is just a little baby just going like, I would like my toy back that this evil adult man that's brown has stolen from me, and I want that back. And they need to have that, And that's what the zone is. That's what the buffer zone is. That's what that is. Because Israel is just a little baby, you know.
Consequences. While all sides initially said there was no room for diplomacy, President Trump now says the US has been negotiating with an unnamed Iranian leader, a claim that Iranian officials have once again denied. Well, overnight, airstrikes hit the Iranian capital of Tehran again. The Red Crescent there says a residential area was attacked. That was as Iran announced former IRGC commander Mohammad Bagher Zolgadar as its new security chief. He replaces Ali Larijani, who was killed in a US-Israeli strike last week. And these were the skies over central Israel early on Wednesday. Missiles and interceptions.
Wait.
Have been seen across the country. Iran and ally Hezbollah have been launching daily waves of strikes there. On Tuesday, they killed at least one person and injured more than a dozen. Well, Iranian officials have responded to Trump's latest comments about negotiations with defiance. In a new statement, a spokesman for the armed forces said Iran would never compromise with the United States.
Do not call your defeat an agreement. The era of your promises is over. Today, the world has two fronts, truth and falsehood. And every freedom-seeking person will not be deceived by the waves of your media. Has the level of your internal conflicts reached the point where you are negotiating with yourselves? Your investments in the region, nor will you see the previous prices of energy and oil until you understand this. Stability in the region is guaranteed by the powerful hand of our armed forces. Stability comes through power.
Yo. Well, Tahir Asadi joins us live now from the Iranian capital.
Mate. That's just absolutely fucking sick. Yeah, he always sends it. Hey, Emily, how's it going? Welcome in. Yeah, that was fucking... It's just... Yeah, it's just... You know, I've said it many times. It's horrible to see what's happening in Tehran. It's horrible to see what's happening in Lebanon. But like Iran is actually just standing up to the USA, and it's fucking mental. You know what I mean? It's just great to hear someone say that shit to the USA, innit? You know what I mean? And it's also being broadcast widely because, you know, sometimes this shit doesn't filter through when it's like Nasrallah or, you know, a Hamas spokesperson or something like that, you know what I mean? And they'll just get discounted as like, oh, these are just radical terrorists, this, that, and the other. Iran just has like a bit more clout, unfortunately. That's just how things are. And, you know, they are just going to like be platformed in this way. And this guy's just going like, fuck the paedophile empire. They will be destroyed. We will make it so that they can't attack anyone in the fucking region again. And everyone's like, yeah, sick.
Tahid, so what more response have we heard then from Iranian officials about Trump's claims of talks to end the war?
Well, actually, except for the statement that we just heard from the spokesperson for the joint military headquarters of Khatam al-Anbiya, publicly speaking, we don't have any reaction to that, except, and of course, it goes without saying that we just heard
too loud,
from
chat.
The Speaker of the Parliament, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, as well as the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ismail Baghai, both coming out to say that right now there is no negotiation taking place with the United States, but still we know that Iran is engaged in actually...
It's basically the plot of Dune in real life. Yeah, crazy. I wonder what inspired the book of Dune. I wonder what inspired Frank Herbert to write the book Dune about a resource that, you know, when it is controlled by one nation, that nation has the most power in the entire world. I wonder what inspired him to write about that.
Engagement, not with the US, but with the regional countries.
Arguably, the plot of Dune is real life.
And
it just is real life.
Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has had different phone conversations with his counterparts from Egypt, from Pakistan, from Oman.
Hey, Lesbian Hot Sauce, how you doing? Welcome in.
And that is indicative of the...
Everybody go follow Lesbian Hot Sauce.
Diplomatic engagement. However, even when it comes to indirect messaging between Tehran and Washington, regardless of the reports about the 15-point proposal by the United States, we don't have any official confirmation in that regard.
He looks like a Space Guild Navigator slug. Yeah, he does.
Behind the closed doors or not.
You mean the space baby? Oh, not you! He thought I was talking about him. Oh. I said space baby and he was like, me? Didn't you? Hey? That's right. Absolutely off his fucking tits on scritches. That's right.
Still, we are, we have to keep an eye on the context in which these reports are coming.
Yeah, we're going to hit that in a minute, Lesbian Hot Sauce.
There is this complexity element, you know, juxtaposed to the previous time when the two countries were engaged in negotiation, once back in June last year, and the second one was actually taking place when all of a sudden, just very much similar to June, the country faced a campaign of airstrikes. Now we see a more complicated situation. And of course, a second element is this cloud of mistrust that surrounds the atmosphere when it comes to Iran-US deteriorated relations. And it goes without saying also that Iran says as long as the airstrikes continue, it's not relevant to talk about any diplomatic engagement.
Yeah, meanwhile, Tahid, attacks have continued across Iran. Tell us what's been happening briefly.
Well, over the past 24 hours, I can say it's the continuation of the campaign of
Hey, Crescent, what's up?
That Americans in Israel...
Everyone go check out Crescent as well.
And here across the capital, last night, we heard sounds of massive explosions. And of course, air defense activation is also reported not only in the capital, but also in other cities. But beyond the capital, we know that in different cities, such as Isfahan, we know that it has been reported that there are other after sounds of explosion being heard. And of course, added to that is Shiraz and areas in the vicinity of Karaj, located in the western parts of Tehran, as well as Qazvin. We are receiving reports about the continuation on the one hand, and of course on the other hand, we know that Iran is talking about the continuation of its retaliatory strikes, the 80th wave of which IRGC says has been started, and that means basically since we're dealing with this exchange of fire, we are at any point not close to de-escalation.
Yeah, damn, that's crazy, man. Let's take a look at Iran's 15-point response, or whatever it is. I don't think it's 15 points. This is Goncha Habibiyazad, report for BBC Persian. Iran state broadcaster Press TV says, quoting a senior political security official, that Iran has rejected a US proposal aimed at ending the current war. Press TV hasn't named the official nor their rank or title, but reports the official says, Iran will end the war when it decides to do so and when its own conditions are met. Iranian officials have repeatedly said they want a complete end to the war, not just a ceasefire. According to Press TV, the official outlined 5 conditions, including a complete halt to aggression and assassinations by the enemy, the establishment of concrete mechanisms to ensure that the war is not reimposed on the Islamic Republic. Right, now what does that mean? Yeah? That means no US military bases in the region. It means no cooperation with the USA as a military entity. And this includes Israel, by the way. Guaranteed and clearly defined payment of war damages and reparations. This is crazy, right? The conclusion of the war across all fronts and for all resistance groups involved throughout the region, right? So at this point, this could entirely be, right, fucking Al-Qassam, because Al-Qassam have been murking off Makavas in the Gaza Strip. There's been reporting of that from reporters in Gaza, like Abu Bakr Abed. Ansar Allah's involvement is not confirmed yet, but they said that they could enter the war at any time. International recognition and guarantees, including Iran's sovereign right to exercise authority over the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, they already have this, right? They just don't have the international recognition. Yeah. Emily shared this in the Discord, so thanks for shooting this in there, Emily. Appreciate you. C. Itoshi says, politics, fuck no, I'm out of here. Okay. All right, dude. Cool chat. And apparently this has been going around on Russia Today. Let's take a quick look at this. I think it's obviously AI, but, you know. There's elements of these things that still go hard. Bro, they put Epstein Island in this. There you go. There you go. Some people are saying that the Iran released this video. I fucking hate Twitter so much nowadays. There's no evidence to suggest that this is true. I just think that this is something that someone knocked together for Russia Today. So yeah, be mindful of what you read. Be mindful of what you believe. Yeah, I don't think that happened. The Iran movie. What is this? Iran War, the movie. I mean, this is 2 minutes. It's 2 minutes long, so it's not a movie. But what is this? I've not seen this at all.
Sir, they're about to go nuclear. How long do we have?
Liam Neeson as Donald Trump. What?
They're 2 weeks away. How 2 weeks away are they? Even more 2 weeks away than they were 5 years ago. My God! That's dangerous levels of 2 weeks away. I know. Son, if anything happens to me, continue.
I knew it was gonna be Ian McKellen.
My work. We're only 2 weeks away. I will continue.
Jake Gyllenhaal? What?
Now I'll go to where no one can find me. My office on the 3rd floor. Really big window. Vengeance! Sir, if we attack, they will close the Strait of Hormuz. They don't have the balls.
Marco Rubio is the voice of reason.
Just close the Strait of Hormuz. And oil is now over $100 a barrel.
This is the most unrealistic part of this film. This is the most unrealistic part. Because they're not telling him this stuff. They're just not telling him. This is they're not, none of these people, he's finding this stuff out through like other means. And then he's going mental mode at him in the fucking Oval Office.
Please keep me out of this. No one likes this war.
Oh, mate.
And I want to be president one day. Come on, send a boat or something. You're the most powerful military.
Judy Dench just kissed Tom.
That was a test. Ha! You failed.
No.
Come on, send a boat or something. You're the most
She could pull it off. She could do it.
Test. Ha! You fell right into my trap. reason for war is no reason at all.
Why is that? What's happening? Why is he making out with some? Why was that included? People are weird. People who make this AI shit are fucking weird, bro. Why is JD like making out with his wife at the end? You know that he made fucking a porno out of this. There's a secret version of this. There's a secret version of this that no one's seeing, and it's bad. It's the worst thing that you've ever seen. But the guy who made this loves it. I did see, this one is much better, actually. This one is much fucking better. This is apparently made with, like, a Chinese AI. I'm starting to come round on AI, I think, after seeing this. But only Chinese AI, and I think that that's probably because it's probably much better than American AI, which is grossly inefficient and bad for the environment, and Chinese AI is probably sick, and it probably just like farts out like new species of dolphin every 12 minutes, right? Hey, Antifa Secretariat. No, yeah, it's still theft. Absolutely. I mean, you know, in my video, listen, chat, I made a video about this like 2 fucking years ago. Right, talking about the correct take to have on AI, right? Wait, how do I get to my channel? Right. I made a video on it. It's called AI, the Political Connection, and no one watched it. I mean, that's not true. More people watched it than I thought, actually, right? So go and watch it. I'm not going to play the whole thing or whatever, because it'd be a bit fucking like, you know, egotistical or whatever, but like, I'm probably not going to play all of it. I'm not going to play any of it, to be honest. But like, the argument that I make in this video, like, stick it in your watch later. The argument that I make in this video is that AI would be absolutely fucking fine in a world where there is no profit incentive to try and make art, and people are still allowed to make art in whatever fucking way that they want to. You know, that essentially is just like not AI and AI, because people would not be incentivized, right? Right, hippie marshmallow. I don't think you'd be a communist and think AI is theft. The only way I think of it is believing in intellectual property, and by definition, you call for the abolition of private property. Yes, exactly. That's the point that I make. That's the point that I make. Right? I do think it's important that we refer to it as theft at this point in time, in this current mode of production, because it is, and artists deserve to have careers, right? So it's not theft then? Well, yes, in that sense, right, of what you're referring to. But obviously right now, I think that it's more helpful to just refer to it as that. But yeah, in this video, I argue that incredibly important to remember that if we were in a different mode of production, it would just be fine and no one would be bothered, right? People would be far less bothered. Corporations would not be incentivized to make inferior products in order to make a profit. You know, people would be incentivized to make better products for the betterment of humanity, etc., right? Wait, what happened? Is this muted? No. Okay, I'm going to read the subtitles for everybody, because obviously this is in like Mandarin or whatever. Controlling the essence means controlling the money. Control the money, control the world. The Persians are refining evil fire in the depths of Holy Fire Cave. They've defiantly refused to dismantle the underground core. How despicable. Dear leader, we've intercepted the highest order of the Persian village. Now, this is the perfect time to remove this thorn in our side. My White Eagle Alliance presides over the something realm. Today is the day to clean house for all under heaven. Who knows the art of decapitation better than I? I want this earth only to obey me and my White Eagle Alliance. Who goes there? You, White Eagle Alliance. His last decree, after I am dead, fight independently, as long as the holy fire keeps burning. Yeah, you see, that's the thing. This actually just goes really hard. The old village chief is dead. Persian village is leaderless. It should shortly fall into chaos. They're running on fumes. They're bluffing. The dilapidated arsenal will never last for 3 days. Come along, Eagle. I won't be taking it easy on you. One of them's flying backwards. The Persian cat went crazy. They've released a bunch of wooden birds. It's an insignificant pile of scrap. My golden flying needles will knock them all down. My leader, we can't go on like this. Dear leader, we can't. I just did the maths. The wooden birds cost at most 2 taels of silver, but each golden arrow we shoot costs at least 100 taels. This is not war, it's feeding our treasury to the dogs. Shut up, how can a white eagle be frightened by a few broken pieces of wood? Keep shooting until he has no wood. Leader, we see masses of shadows on the mountain across the way. An attack might be afoot. Want a sneak attack by night? You've ignored the signposts of heaven and barred through instead of knocking on the door. Flatten them. The 12 golden thunderbolts cost a total of 8,400 taels of silver and fried a bunch of wood. White Eagle, you pride yourself on being upright, but you deal lethality towards innocent children. This blood feud is... we're gonna win. Persian cats will not cease to seek revenge as long as we live. For revenge, Persian cat blocked the only trading channel of the western regions. Cut off the trade of the White Eagle Alliance. Persian cat, now you've gone crazy. You've sealed the way and nothing passes. You're the enemy of all living beings in the world. Members of the Chamber of Commerce, help me eradicate this bandit. So what if your knife is sharp? I will cut you off at Heaven's Gorge. Who dares to help him? I'll hit them too. This is the worst looking one of the whole bit, by the way. When I watched this the other day, I was like, why does this one look so bad? Why do immortals fight and ordinary birds should suffer? I paid first. I was the first to invest. Why am I the first to suffer shortages too? Hungry for half a month, the soft-boned bunch at the Chamber of Commerce can't take much more of this. Are the camels already kneeling outside the door, holding the gold, begging me to escort them and their troops? Leader, they're not coming. No one came. Boss, it's not normal for the Chamber of Commerce to be this quiet. They should all be terribly anxious. Have they all starved to death already? Chief, it does take a few more days to go the long way around. Taking the essence of iron around Heaven's Gorge, but going around the north face. We don't have to be beholden to the White Eagle. But without the Eagle's golden tickets, what do we use? The Jianghu is not for violence and strife. Jianghu is worldly wisdom. I don't know what this means. It's buying and selling. The Chamber of Commerce has long come to a conclusion. In the future, we could barter directly or mint a new coin. The sky is big. Let's find new allies. Take a new path. White Eagle Alliance thinks that a sharp knife could coerce the world. Little do they know the mountains will stand. Green water flows. The true art of war is not in the fighting, but in the stopping. Yeah, mate. There you go. Pretty funny stuff. But it is still AI. So still cringe. You know, I think, you know, obviously we've had a tiny little bit of an AI discourse in the chat. And I think that, like, The important thing to remember is that AI art is just like still bad and just like doesn't really replicate what humans can do. And I think that even if we had a mode of production that meant that AI didn't matter, I think that it would fade into obscurity because it only really exists to expedite the process of making art, right? That's the only reason that people use it, because they're like, I wish I could make this, and then they make it, right? And it's like, yeah, but it's actually really fun to spend a long time and, you know, create something good. Create something nice. You know, it's about the process a lot of the time. Lesbian Hot Sauce says, I think the main fear is more about the climate change stuff about it and energy, but I hear you on this bit. I think at the minute artists have to sell their labor, and this obviously undercuts that. Without socialism, those people suffer. Yep, 1000%. Yep. And again, like, you know, in a just system, they would find a way to make AI work that didn't use so much energy. Just realize if companies had to pay everything that's used to train AI, that makes training AI hugely expensive, creating a monopoly. Nobody could make any new one. How do you think they'd pay for data en masse? They wouldn't go to every person on DeviantArt personally and ask nicely. Some middleman fuck-ass companies would spring up just selling masses of images in bulk, and none of it would go to the artist anyway. Yep. Yes, it's not a tool. It's a tool, not a replacement for humans. Yep. It's a novelty. No one would watch a feature-length AI movie. No, absolutely not. It's still slop. It's still slop. You know, what I think it works for is like a good, like, this is a good template for like an actual movie made in this style, right? And I think that a director should just like pick this up and just make a movie in this style with these characters, because fuck it, like, you know? I think that would be, I think this would be sick. Someone said something before that I wanted to take a look at. Someone said, I think Atomically Powered was saying, what were you saying? You were saying it's giving Thunderbirds, right? The reason that people, you know, think that this has like echoes of Thunderbirds or whatever is because it's just replicating the kind of style of film at the time, and also the sound, right? So if you wanted to replicate this, you would just have to get some old cameras and film on some old film and use some old microphones and record it on tape, right? You'd have to alter an AI movie so much to make it palatable, you'd just be making a movie. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, let's get back to this. So that was that. We've had a look at some AI stuff. Now, I wanted to cover this bit of news because it's very, very interesting. So this is what I think one of the reporters in the White House press room was talking about earlier. This is the news that Baghdad has cleared the PMF, which I think is the something militia force. Peshmerga? No, that's not right. Is it Peshmerga? Something? To defend itself after a deadly strike on a militia HQ. So Iraq's National Security Council has authorized Popular Mobilization Forces. That's what it is. Popular Mobilization Forces, yeah. To respond. Why am I thinking about that? Why am I thinking? What the fuck is Peshmerga? Kurdish. That's Kurdish. This Kurdistan stuff. Sorry. Iraq's National Security Council has authorized the Popular Mobilization Forces to respond to U.S. attacks under the right to self-defense, according to Mer News. The decision follows airstrikes on a PMF command headquarters in Anbar in western Iraq, killing at least 15 fighters, including senior commander Saad al-Baiji, and wounding about 30, according to the group. The PMF, a state-backed network of militias integrated into Iraq's security forces, accused the U.S. of carrying out the strike. It came a day after reported 24-hour ceasefire between U.S. forces and Iraqi resistance factions. So, there was a ceasefire between Islamic resistance in Iraq, who were not affiliated with the state, and then the USA hit the Popular Mobilization Forces command headquarters because they're just like not doing any kind of target recognition stuff. They're not actually observing this stuff, you know what I mean? Oh, so there was a 5-day ceasefire, but it only lasted 24 hours because the US started just attacking the PMF, right? Like, the Popular Mobilization Forces are separate to the Islamic Resistance, right? And, you know, the US was supposed to withdraw to Jordan. Yeah, of course they weren't going to do that. And so now the US has actually attacked, like, state-affiliated militias. So now Iraq is like, yeah, man, it's time for the Iran-Iraq war, but actually it's just Iran and Iraq kicking the shit out of America. So that's what's going on here. There's very little fucking reporting about this, and you can probably imagine why, because an Iran war is already incredibly unpopular. And if there was any announcement that Iraq have authorized Iraqi state-backed militias to attack US positions or defend themselves militarily, then it's gonna be extra unpopular. It's gonna be unpopular with fucking bells on. You know what I mean? So here's Al Jazeera talking about the airstrikes that targeted the senior commanders meeting that they're referring to.
Say that they are striking an Iranian-aligned armed group in its stronghold near Baghdad. Some of the attacks targeted the Popular Mobilization Forces headquarters in Salah al-Din province. Now, it's unclear if any...
Wait, hang on a minute. So Al Jazeera have got all this wrong. Because if Syria joins on the side of Israel to battle Hezbollah, PMF will invade Syria. Yeah, I believe that. Yeah, I completely believe that will happen. 1,000%. So hang on a minute. They're saying that these strikes were done by Iraq, not by the US. So Al Jazeera is just getting this wrong.
One has been injured. Those strikes came after an attack targeted a US military complex near Baghdad International Airport. Al Jazeera's Asad Beg is in Baghdad.
So this is 2 days ago. Popular Mobilization Forces have been hit by Baghdad after an attack on a US military base. The US is believed to have hit PMF. Wait, hang on a minute. So it does actually say, I think that maybe the reporter just got it wrong initially, but let's listen to what the on-the-ground reporter says.
Asad, can you tell us, and more importantly, can you explain for us the latest that is happening in Iraq?
Yes, the Popular Mobilization Forces, these armed factions, this umbrella organization that comes technically under the Iraqi military, as is funded by them, has come under attack, we believe, by the Americans. So there's been 2 strikes, and just to bring you up to speed on that, the 15th Brigade of the Popular Mobilization Forces in the area of Salah al-Din, just north of Baghdad, has come under attack. There's smoke seen rising from that location. But no reports of casualties. And again, the 27th Brigade in the Anbar province, which borders Syria, again, the headquarters there, attacked, we understand, by 2 drones from reports. Again, no reports of casualties, but smoke seen rising from those locations. And again, this is a pattern that we're seeing, that these armed factions, some of them aligned to Iran, attack US bases, US interests, locations where US forces are possibly based at. And then in return, we've seen the Americans strike the Popular Mobilization Forces headquarters, different factions.
So now he is
increasingly becoming a two-way battle here between those factions and the United States.
I said that armed groups that are aligned...
So this guy is actually reporting the correct stuff, and the anchor just got it wrong.
Iran are very powerful in Iraq. You just referred to them, the PMF, the Popular Mobilization Forces, and they play a major role in the country's politics as well. Now, all of this is one piece of the wider regional war that is playing out. But if we focus just on the Iraqi part of it, do you have any sense of where this is headed, how it feeds into the regional part of the war?
I don't think Assad had any beef with Lebanon. I think that Assad supported Hezbollah, didn't he? In Syria. That's why Israel hated Assad. I mean, Israel hated Assad because it wanted Syria, but like, I think that Assad also supported Hezbollah.
Well, it's definitely
not like directly supported, but like
I
don't think he was interested in doing anything about him.
Political, sectarian, religious fractures inside Iraq. The Popular Mobilization Forces were formed in 2014 to battle ISIS. They were incorporated into the Iraqi military. They come under that umbrella. They have funding. But some of these factions are very powerful politically, militarily, and some of them are aligned to Iran. So the best way to explain this, I think, is the latest statement from one of the largest and best armed factions, Kataib Hezbollah. Now, part of that faction is a part of the PMF. Others, the rest of it is not. Now, they issued a statement. One is to extend the truce of not targeting the U.S. embassy with conditions. They want American troops to leave the country. But also...
It's so sick. It's so sick. Like, everybody is sleeping on the Iraq stuff. And I really think that this is because, you know... If this stuff got into the mainstream news, you know, everyone would be freaking out like, there's a war in Iraq again. Remember how well that went the first time? And now you've got, like, you know, Islamic resistance and PMF, sections of the PMF, probably quite significantly large sections of the PMF in Iraq being like, all US troops out. Go. It's fucking, you gotta go, bro. And the fucking president is just like, yeah, mate, safe. The president's like, yeah, do what you want. Do what you fucking like. I don't give a fuck, mate. These cunts are dangerous. So, you know, like, this is massive, actually. And there's just so much, I don't know, like, suppression of this stuff. They wouldn't have just been sitting there for 10 years around waiting for their chance. What, you mean the PMF? I mean, I think they've been sat around for a longer time than that, waiting for it to happen. No, in terms of organizing, yeah, they've probably been organizing. They've also been fighting ISIS. But, like, you know, they recognize that ISIS are a result of the USA, and they know that Israel funds ISIS. Like, if you are some kind of a resistance faction in the Swana region, you're just going to know that Israel funds ISIS, and Israel is linked to the USA, and the USA funds and trains ISIS, and Al-Qaeda, and fucking HTS, and Turkey's involved, right? You know what I mean? Yeah, it's all a result of the 2003 invasion. Just, you know, this is what has happened. You have, you know, again, like, if you want an example of how effective regime change is in a country, you look at Iraq. And it tells you that actually, no, it's not effective whatsoever, because what do Iraq have right now? They have fucking resistance factions that are, you know, militant, and they have won so much power and built so much power that they actually influence the fucking political establishment that the US tried to mold and change, right? So it's completely ineffective. It's completely, totally ineffective. Even if you get a guy like Saddam Hussein in, you get him to do your fucking bidding, and then you, like, betray him and murder him, and do all the shit that they did in Iraq, it's still not going to work. It's a totally failed fucking experiment. And, yeah, it's continued blowback.
They've sent warnings out to the political leaders of this country saying that no government can be formed without them, without the so-called Islamic resistance. Now, there was an attack on the Iraqi national...
Yeah, and so much now they're literally turning the tables on the USA, kicking them out, and their oil companies. Like this, like, you know, it cannot be explained enough how incredibly important and momentous the last 3 weeks have been for the region, innit? You know what I mean? I can't wait for a new version of ISIS to pop up because of this. They won't. They just won't. They just won't. This is the thing. They simply won't, because they're not going to win, right? The reason that ISIS gained so much power and Al-Qaeda is because of the US in the region doing what it was doing. It's completely fucking different this time. ISIS lost thanks to PMF. Yep. ISIS also suffered massive losses thanks to the, you know, Kurds in Rojava as well, which PMF could have been part of. I actually don't know, but I know that in Rojava they fought like massively against ISIS and pretty much defeated them in Syria, and then of course Assad was overthrown and Jalani was put in, and now the SDF lost all their fucking money. The SDF who tried to control Rojava, they absorbed all the Rojava groups, and they were taking money from the fucking Yanks, and then the Yanks pulled their funding, and now they have Turkish ISIS, the HTS. SDF is CIA. Well, I mean, arguably you could say that they're like, they had their wool pulled over their eyes by the CIA, right? I imagine there's people in there who work for the CIA, like agitating and shit like that. But the biggest issue was that they took funding from the USA, and then the US went whoop, and yeah, then they're totally they were totally left behind. They were trained by the Mossad. Okay, I actually did not know that. I actually did not know that, but I believe you. I think that you definitely have more information on that stuff than me. But yeah. Nevertheless, the issue is that, there was a lot of fighting that was done to, get rid of Daesh and ISIS in the region, and it was pretty much successful. And then Turkey was like, yeah, but like, what if we made mega ISIS and we called it HTS, and and we just sneak in and replace Assad when he's like on holiday in Russia or something. Or like, I can't remember what happened. Did he like go on a visit, like a diplomatic visit to Russia or something, and then they just like swept in or some shit? I can't fucking remember. But yeah, that happened, and there you are. The biggest issue in the region, to be honest, in terms of like, if we're talking about like fascist factions that are like fucking things up in northern, the sort of northern regions, it's basically Turkey. I think they were, but maybe I'm getting confused about a different Kurdish group. Are you thinking of the northern Iraqi Kurdish group? Yeah, Turkey were like, we've had one ISIS, yes, but what about second ISIS? What about mega ISIS? And they're trained by and armed by us. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. There's definitely been Kurds in the north of Iraq, near Erbil, trained by Mossad, 1,000%, yeah. I'm not sure that the SDF... Mossad, listen, like, yeah, Mossad is going to be trying to infiltrate all of these groups. They're going to be trying to infiltrate the anarchist groups in fucking Rojava. They're going to be trying to infiltrate the SDF. They're going to be trying to infiltrate Hezbollah. Yeah, absolutely. So I don't think it's wrong per se, but like, yeah, in terms of being trained, I'm not 1,000% sure on that, but
service just a few days ago. Now, no one has claimed responsibility, but what this particular faction has said is very telling. It exposes some of the fractures. Remember, Iraq is a majority Shia country. Now, what this faction has said is that the Kurdish officers, intelligence officers in the Iraqi National Intelligence Service have contacts with the Israeli intelligence, Mossad and Americans. Then they said that 70% of the other sects, Sunnis and others, have contacts with the American, Jordanian and Emirati intelligence. And they sent a warning out saying that they don't want the intelligence service.
Yeah, it's all good, Crescent.
These other foreign intelligence services, and the attacks on the PMF would not have happened without information from within the country. And this is exposing some of the religious and sectarian tensions. And remember that these factions also have support within the wider public here in Iraq. You can drive around Baghdad and other parts of the country and you see posters of the Iran Supreme Leader, former President.
Ah, bro, that's crazy, man. You mean to tell me that anyone who opposes the fucking Great Satan in the region has like popular support? That's mad. I would have never predicted that.
Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei. You see posters of factional leaders. So this is putting pressure on Baghdad, trying to balance the relationship with the United States, with Iran, and these very, very powerful armed factions within its own borders.
Asad Baig reporting from the Iraqi capital. Thank you very much.
He's an extremely handsome reporter. Okay, what is this? This is an Al Jazeera report on the northern Iraq airstrikes. This is the US. So this is the updated version of this. So I think that they put that story out, they got some of the information wrong, and now this is the correction story from Al Jazeera.
There's been some other developing stories related to this. Iran's National Security Council authorizing the Iran-aligned Popular Mobilization Forces to defend itself. Now, that's following, of course, an attack on its headquarters that the government said was carried out by the US. The strike on Tuesday killed at least 15 members of the armed group, which is integrated into Iraq's armed forces. The house of its leader, Falih al-Fayyad, was also struck, but he was not there at the time. Nicholas Huck joins us live from the Iraqi capital, Baghdad. So, Nicholas, does this basically mean that the Iraqi government is authorizing the PMF to fight back against the US?
Why are they getting all these beautiful men out? Why are they getting all these beautiful men out to do this reporting? What's going on? What are they trying to do? What are they trying to do? What are they trying to do? Why are all the Al Jazeera reporters in Iraq absolutely gorgeous? What the fuck is happening?
Exactly, Sammy. What essentially is being announced is that these Iran-backed militias in Iraq are allowed to shoot back when they are coming under attack.
Hell yeah.
From U.S. forces.
Let's
or
fucking
any
go.
other force, for that matter. Because as we're speaking right now, Sammy, we heard U.S. warplanes hovering above Baghdad, meaning that there's been
getting
in the
news
last
mogged.
couple of days an escalation of attacks and airstrikes by the Americans, but also attacks by these Iran-backed militias here in Iraq against U.S. interests inside this country. And today there was an attack in Mosul where American planes.
Hey Spooky, what's going on? The other unexpected side effect of this war, loads of people finding out Middle East is full of hot people. Yeah, I mean, I already knew this. You know, I already knew this because I'm not racist, right? Who am I kidding? Of course I'm racist, I'm white, but you know what I'm saying? I'm not as racist as other white people, but right. But yeah, broadly, it's doing bits. It's doing bits, you know, for the baddies and the baddies, zaddies and daddies in the area.
In the northern city of Mosul.
I can't believe I just said that.
But there was also
just pretend that didn't happen.
Attack in the autonomous Kurdish region against Peshmerga's
Qataris finally using their secret weapon, hot journalists, yeah.
Missiles that, according to the Kurdish authorities, came from Iran. So, the foreign minister...
Chat, you better not tell anyone that I said baddies, zaddies, and daddies.
The UN Security Council and complained against these aggressions from both the United States and...
I don't even know what zaddies means.
Sammy?
How awkward a position does this leave the Iraqi government in now, given its relations with both the US?
You mean Esmail Bakay? Esmail Bakay is an extremely attractive older man, yeah.
And Iran.
I've already told everyone I know. Yeah. It's fair enough. I need to be accountable for it, to be honest.
Awkward is the right term because this country cannot afford to be an enemy of Iran. It needs to have close relationships. It cannot afford to be an enemy of the United States. And it's caught in the middle of this war. Now, Iran shares the largest land border with Iraq, shares the largest land border with Iraq. And we're seeing this escalation of attack. And this decision taken by the Iraqi government to authorize these Iran-backed militias in Iraq to respond to these attacks means that there are risks of having a spiraling effect of violence. But what we're hearing from Baghdad is condemning the fact that there are so many Iraqis that are dying, whether they be Peshmergas or they're Iran-backed militia groups in Iraq. They are Iraqis that are dying. So far, 50 Iraqis have died since the beginning of the war. It cannot afford...
Like, yeah, look at this, man. This is in Baghdad. And they just got like a massive fucking picture of Khamenei there. And Yahya Sinwar. Is that Yahya Sinwar? No, it's not Sinwar, right? It's one of the other guys that died in the IRGC. No, that's not Abbas Arakchi. Because he's not dead. This is the guy. He was one of the first guys that was killed. He's like the head of the Security Council or something. Not Ali Larijani. It could be Soleimani. Yeah, I think it's Soleimani, yeah.
Since the beginning of the war. It cannot afford to have bad relations with its neighbor Iran because Iran gives so much gas to Iraq that powers the homes behind me. To the tune of $5 billion, 50 million cubic meters a day are pumped into Iraq that power.
Oh, you were talking about the hot foreign minister. Yeah, okay. You prefer Arakchi rather than. Yeah. Everyone's been going crazy about Arakchi. Everyone's been going crazy for Arakchi. Everyone's trying to get his number. Yeah.
And generate electricity here. It cannot afford to turn its back to the United States because of various security arrangements that there is in this country. So the Iraqis here and the Iraqi government are really in an awkward position. Sami?
That's Nicholas Huck live for us from Iraq.
Iran sending oil to Iraq. Where is all of Iraq's oil going? I think some of Iraq's oil... wait, hang on. We can find this out. If Iraq's oil is still USA controlled, but I think that it mostly is, because obviously this is like a layover from the fucking war. If the Iraqi government ever tried to nationalize it, the USA would be right back in there in a fucking heartbeat, right? I'm fairly certain it is, and I think that a way that you could tell this is if you go to crude oil prices and go to the red one, oilprice.com, and then you go to OPEC blends, and then head down to where you can see the Iraqi flag. So there's the Iran flag. You can see these prices are going down, still going down. Canadian Basra Light, that's going up. So you could tell that these are still, these are still USA controlled. All the prices that are going up are USA controlled, except for ones that are extracted and refined in the USA. Although it appears that Texas blends are also going up in price, and Oklahoma and Wyoming and Colorado and Nebraska and Michigan. It's only Arkansas blends that are coming down in price. That's interesting. Don't understand that. Sustainable system we've got. Incredibly sustainable system. All right. There you go. What's that website? That is literally just called oilprice.com. And it's /oil-price-charts. I always find the word blend funny in this context. It sounds like whiskey. I don't know why that is. I think that it might be to do with the fact that it is mixed with like oil from different sources. I think that that's why it's called a blend. Right, okay. That's the end of that report. So there you go. Interesting stuff. Iraq has basically entered the war. Let's catch up on some Cuba stuff. So, of course... thank you, Crescent. Earlier this week, a bunch of people, including streamers that you may know, for example, Hassan and Struggle 4, and I think another streamer that we know went, and I can't think of who that is. But like a bunch of people went to Cuba. And a bunch of people, brought some incredibly important supplies to Jason D100. Thank you, Baldwin. I knew there was someone else. And Madeline Pendleton, they went as well. Yeah, Madeline went, Jason went, Marcus went, Hassan went, and a bunch of other people, including Medea Benjamin, Kneecap, Owen Jones went to Cuba. And the discourse has been fucking completely mental, right? I'm so sorry, chat, but the discourse has been completely unbearable. It's been completely mental. There are some people saying some fucking crazy things about these activists. Even fucking leftists are saying crazy things about these activists. So, it's been thoroughly exhausting and thoroughly fucking depressing. Is Owen Jones a tank? Yeah, I'd give it a year tops. Yeah, it's going to be about a year, yeah. Boy went. Yeah, he might have been on the same boat as Jason. So, Let's take a look at the news, because of course Trump has just been threatening to take over Cuba. I think that we should all have our eyes on Cuba, despite the stuff going on in Iran. I think that we should be prescient of developments, what the USA is wanting to do. And yeah, I think that yeah, let's pay attention to this. Let's make sure that we begin. I'm sorry, I'm saying that as soon as I'm getting fucking distracted by something that I just saw in the fucking sidebar. But anyway, because of course Cuba is likely to be the next target on the map for the USA's horrific imperialism. You know, even though it is getting absolutely slammed in the Swana region, I do think that despite that, they will still try and do something incredibly horrible to Cuba. So we can only speculate as to what that is going to be. Chris Smalls and Katie Halper got detained in Miami on their return. Oh, cool. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, cool stuff. I actually didn't hear that at all. I'm just learning about that now. We were watching a bit of it on Riot's stream, and they just had literally the exact same clips and attack lines. Yeah, it's so good. Let's take a little bit of a look at this news. So this is NBC's Meet the Press with the Cuban Deputy Foreign Minister, or Deputy Foreign Financial Minister, I don't actually know. Deputy Foreign Minister, Fernandez de Cosillo. And he's talking about Trump's threats to Cuba. Let's have a little look at this and see what they're saying.
Deputy Foreign Minister of Cuba.
Everyone's talking about China aiding Cuba. What about Iran sending military aid to Cuba? Wait, they've sent military aid to Cuba, or they're going to, or people should be speculating on this more.
Welcome to Meet the Press, Mr. Foreign Minister.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much for being here. I do want to start off.
Oh, you're just doing a what if. Yeah. What if Iran sent military aid to Cuba? Yeah, that would be absolutely fucking insane. Literally, like, second. If that happened, I think that Trump would just be really excited. You know what I mean? I think that Trump would just be dead excited, because it'd just be like more him pretending to be Ronald Reagan. And like thinking that he's going to make better decisions than Ronald Reagan. Wait, no, hang on. The Cuban Missile Crisis didn't happen for Ronald Reagan, did it? It was John F. Kennedy. It was way before that. What am I talking about? It was way. Don't fucking listen to me. Don't listen to me. I mean, it's another opportunity for Trump to pretend that he is, you know, the best president in the world. I know it was in 96. Listen, I'm remembering now. But Trump loves to be like, I am gonna one-up all the presidents because I'm the best president in the United States, in the history of the United States, right? You know what I mean? That's what he loves to say. And so it doesn't matter if Iran did do that, or any country was giving military aid to Cuba, he would just be like, sick, this is my version of the Cuban Missile Crisis, and I'm gonna do it so much better. And he's just gonna like, he's gonna go, here I go, and just like trip and fall on his ass, and then like his knob's gonna fall out of his pants, and his fucking undies are gonna have all skid marks on him, like up his back. Everyone will see, you know. Yeah, never forget he's better than Obama. Yeah. For some reason, it's Obama. What could it possibly be about Barack Obama that he needs to be better than Obama? It's so crazy.
By playing for you something that President Trump said about Cuba just this week, speaking from the White House. Take a listen.
I do believe I'll be having the honor of taking Cuba. That'd be good.
He's just like salivating over it.
Taking Cuba in some form, yeah. Taking Cuba. I mean, whether I free it, take it. I think I could do anything I want with it. You want to know the truth?
Mr. Deputy Foreign Minister, what was your reaction to hearing that? Is Cuba bracing for the United States to take it?
Trump is definitely Wario coded, yeah.
Truly, we don't know what they're talking about, but I can tell you this. Cuba is a sovereign country and has the right to be a sovereign country and has the right to self-determination. Cuba would not accept to become a vassal state or a dependent state from any other country or any other superpower.
Well, let's delve into this a little bit more deeply. Cuba's president released a statement that read,
"Who is Trump's Waluigi?" Absolutely Pete Hegseth. I was thinking it was going to be Miller, but then I was like, Miller looks a bit like Toad. Right? And now that I've said that,
in part, quote, any external aggressor will clash with impregnable resistance. Do you believe any action by the United States would escalate into a military conflict?
We hope not, but what our president expressed is what any country that respects itself would convey if there was a threat to try to take over a country or to try to dominate or to control it in any way. But we truly hope that there's no military action. And frankly, we see no reason. We see no justification for military action against Cuba. Cuba is a peaceful country. We're not an enemy of the United States. We don't pose any threat to the United States. In fact, we wish, and we've said it openly, that we would like to have a friendly and respectful relationship with the United States, with its government, and we've been developing it for a long time with the people of the United States.
And yet you heard those words by President Trump. So I'm wondering, is your military preparing for a potential engagement with the United States?
Our military is always prepared, and in fact, it is preparing these days for the possibility of military aggression. We would be naive.
Yeah, I mean, they fucking like, they sorted that guy out pretty quickly who was like attacking the Cuban Coast Guard, right? Who had just like a fucking armory of shit on his boat.
If looking at what's happening around the world, we will not do that. But we truly hope that it doesn't occur. We don't see why it would have to occur, and we find no justification whatsoever. Why would the government of the United States force its country to take military action against a neighboring country like Cuba?
So this is a remarkable statement that you've just made, that Cuba is in fact preparing for the potential possibility of a military engagement with...
They're desperate for him to say, yeah, we're prepared to kill Americans, yeah. I'm just wondering, this lady's got like a yellow ribbon on. Now, the yellow ribbon was for the hostages in Gaza. Did she just forget to take it off? Or is this something else? Like, I'm sure it means something else, right? Don't tell me that the NBC News lady has still got this fucking thing on because she's like, I love Israel.
The United States can use...
It's a support our troops thing. Hell yeah, dude. That's so much better. That's so much better, isn't it? That's so good. She's got the support our troops thing on while she's asking Cuba if they're scared that they're going to invade. That's cool. That's so cool. They're asking Cuba if they're scared that the Americans are going to invade, and she's got the thing on. Okay, yeah. An invasion of Cuba will be met with the most hostile civilian population of any American war in living memory. Any Cuban willing to work for the Yankees will be pig feed by sunset. Yeah, very true. No, yeah. It's this. It's fucking this. I gotta. Sorry, VOD watchers. I gotta cut you out for a minute. Very important for reporting on war. Yeah, they are doing that. They are basically doing that. Yeah.
Be more specific. What do those preparations look like?
Our country has historically been ready to mobilize as a nation, as a whole, for military aggression. We truly always see it as something far from us. We don't believe it is something that is probable, but we will be naive if we do not prepare. That's what I can tell you.
The U.S. and Cuba have confirmed that they are talking, but have given very few details. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is leading those talks for the United States. Here's what he had to say from the White House this week. Take a listen.
So they're in a lot of trouble. And the people in charge, they don't know how to fix it. So they have to get new people in charge.
So is the United States...
Like, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. I've got Marco on the line right now, and it's like... It's like a fucking 6-second thing where he's going like, they don't know what they're doing, it's really bad. And she's like, that sounds like aggression to me.
Regime change in order to give Cuba economic relief?
I don't know what they're insisting among themselves, but I can tell you in conversations with the United States and in dialogue with the United States, the nature of the Cuban government, the structure of the Cuban government, and the members of the Cuban government are not part of the negotiation. That is something that no sovereign country negotiates. I don't know how many examples are there of countries that negotiate with a foreign power their system of government or the nature of the government. I'm sure the United States is not ready to negotiate with another government its constitutional system, its political system. Now, the U.S. government knows that the problems that Cuba faces are in a great measure the result of policies of the United States aimed at causing as much harm possible to the Cuban economy, to Cuban society, and to the people of Cuba, which makes it for any government very difficult to manage things and to get good results when a superpower is exerting such level of pressure, above all economically, on the country.
Are you saying that regime change is off the table?
What are you talking about? What an insane question. Are you saying that regime change is off the question? It is crazy, like, after watching that fucking clip that Sorka put in the chat, right? Real life is beyond parody. Like, you can't parody real life anymore because it's just like, they just say it out loud. Like, it's just happening right now. Yeah, no one would ask a white country this ever. It's just so fucking insane, dude.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's talk about what changes you would potentially be willing to make to save your country. The embargo with the U.S. ends if Cuba does 3 things: schedule elections, recognize political...
They do elections all the time. They do elections all the time. They literally do elections more often than the United States.
Parties, unions, and a free press.
Recognize political parties. They already do that. By the way, you don't even need a political party to get elected in Cuba. You could just be a guy. You could literally just be a guy. This is not hyperbole, chat. This is literally how Cuba do their fucking elections, right? They fucking write them down on a piece. They write someone's name down on a piece of paper and put it in the box. That's what you do. They mean elections with CIA-backed candidates. Right, exactly, yeah. Knowing anything about the Cuban electoral system, this kind of shit makes you go mad. Yeah, it's just so insane. It's so completely insane.
And release all political prisoners. Will you commit to...
All political prisoners? Who are you talking about? Who are you on about? All this stuff is... This is the thing. This is why this stuff is so completely insane, because it's just... These are all things that are already, like, completely fine and happening. You know what I mean?
Any of those steps, Mr. Deputy Foreign Minister, in order to save your country?
He's just going to be like, I don't know what you're on about.
We are in dialogue with the United States to talk...
It is just a pretext for war. That's exactly it.
We're not talking about prisoners in the United States, and the U.S. has the highest record of prisoners in the world.
Oh!
We're not talking of problems.
We're talking about political prisoners.
Or constitutional system.
Every prisoner is political.
Well, the United States has a huge amount of people that are in jail for whatever reasons, but that have strong political positions.
Yes,
if
correct.
We're talking about political positions.
Oh, it's so good, like, actually listening to a fucking Cuban politician speak, bro. It just gives you so much fucking hope. It's like, bro, we could just have this, man. We could just fucking have someone who says shit like this. Leonard Peltier was in prison till last year. He was in prison for 30 fucking years. Because the CIA were, like, shooting him and his friends on their fucking land.
About those in the case of the United States. In Cuba, we're not talking about prisoners in our negotiation with the United States. It's a domestic issue of Cuba. It is not a bilateral issue with the United States.
Yes, Assata Shakur died in exile in Cuba.
But there are many, many important issues of a bilateral...
Look at who the usual villains are. It's always the same loser nations for vile shit. The UN General Assembly has adopted a draft resolution that unequivocally condemns trafficking of enslaved Africans and the transatlantic slave trade as the most inhumane and enduring injustice against humanity. 123 in favor, 3 against. USA, Israel, and Argentina. That's crazy. Who abstained? I bet it was the United Kingdom. Yep. I knew it. And Ukraine, obviously. All the fucking European fucking nations. Spain is an L. That's a rare Spain L. Yeah, all the vassal states, literally all the fucking European nations. Yeah, that's crazy. Ireland as well. Armenia, Australia, yeah, Australia, all the imperial core nations, literally every single one of them. Cambodia is a crazy one, but I don't know much about the politics of Cambodia. Yep. Why would you abstain? Why would you abstain? Because you're a fucking piece of shit, coward, fascist, loser, fucking drip of fucking slime from my fucking arse. Keir Starmer, that's why. And any other fucking country that abstained. You know? Norway's a vassal state of empire. Like any European country is a vassal state of empire. That's what everybody just needs to understand. You know, all the fucking countries that abstained are the cowardly piece of shit. Like, at the very least, Israel and Argentina and the USA, you know where you stand with them. They are the bad guys. All the fucking countries that abstained are cowardly piece of shit. Wankers. It's beyond reprehensible to be this cowardly. At least Argentina, and I can't believe I'm saying this, Israel and the United States will fucking just openly say it. At least they will openly say it. You know what I mean? It's just cowardly fucking dog shit. Win it. It makes me sick, bro. It actually just makes me fucking sick. Hey, Big Bug Nuts. I'm exhausted of Australia's government putting their head in the sand. Australia just needs to recognize that they're part of Asia, right? That's the problem with Australia. They're just obsessed with like, yeah, oh, well, our European allies, what, fucking 5,000 miles away, man? 10,000 miles away? USA is probably only 3 years away from trying to sell their prison population internationally. If that happens, I hope that there are some countries out there, like China, that will buy those people and then just set them free. Do you know what I mean? That's a thing that you could do if that happens. We got so much xenophobia in our media and anti-China sentiments. Yeah, and the embarrassing thing about that is that all just comes from the position in the Imperial Court. It doesn't even come from how fucking everyday Australians feel about fucking China.
Hello, me old chum.
That's international slave trade. Yes, that's what Sorka was referring to, yeah. And if that happened, there would be some countries that would just buy those people and set them free, you know what I mean? And I hope that that is what would happen if that happened. I mean, I hope it doesn't happen in general, but like, you know, it's just gonna happen, isn't it? They're already slaves in prison in America. It just is what it is. And hell, it's probably already happening. We sold prison laborers to El Salvador yesterday. Yes, there you go. It's already happening. It's already happening. It's already happening.
That should and could be discussed between Cuba and the United States for the benefits of both countries. And that is what we are ready to engage with in conversations with the government of the United States.
Well, and going back to those potential issues, there is only one political party in Cuba, so currently...
You don't understand what you're fucking talking about. You don't understand what you're fucking talking about. Shut the fuck up.
We have no choice. Going back to my original question, would you be willing to...
I hope to God that he just says, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, lady.
Change that in order to save your country, given that it's one of the things that the United States is asking for?
It's a domestic issue of Cuba. The United States has only two political parties that can go to government. Are they ready to negotiate to have 10 with equal possibilities of getting to the presidency, of getting in Congress? I'm sure the United States would not negotiate that with any country.
That's great.
I don't know if they have the willingness to do it, but I'm surely they won't negotiate it. Cuba is a sovereign nation, as I said at the beginning of the program. And of course, it's something that is not on the table to negotiate Cuba's reality.
Okay.
And Cuba's problem.
Yeah, who the fuck do you think you are?
Of having one party.
When did the last discussions take place between the United States and Cuba, and where?
I won't go into detail. We've said publicly that we're going to be discreet about it, and we're going to remain that way.
Can you tell me what the ultimate goal is of these discussions from your perspective? What do you hope to gain?
He's already said. He's already said that they want a better relationship with the United States.
Our aim is to try to build a respectful relationship. The U.S. government, the current government, has said that it wants to make America great again. We have no quarrel with that. That it wants to have secure borders. We have no quarrel with that. In fact, we can help with that. That it wants immigrants that enter into the United States to do so legally, not illegally. And we have no quarrel with that. In fact...
No, it is, yeah, huge fucking props to him, honestly. Huge props to him. The Cuban people literally call the USA a dictatorship because you could just buy elections. They say so here. Yeah. They're right. That's what capital is. It's the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. It's because Cuba is a socialist country that understands how the bourgeoisie operates. Like, we don't have a democracy in our countries. We just don't.
That from our side. And those are the kinds of issues that we believe are of interest of the people of the United States and for the government of the United States. We can work together to fight drug trafficking, to fight organized crime in our region, to fight threats in general in our region, and that's what governments and countries do with each other when they dialogue, when they have dialogue, and when they cooperate. We can also talk about business. There are changes taking place in Cuba today, in our investment policy, in the structure of a property in Cuba, in the way different forms of property work in Cuba, which could be of interest for the United States and for Americans who today cannot do business in Cuba because they are prohibited.
Oh, is it the way around? We pay out El Salvador to take the prisoners. That's crazy.
And we can find room for accommodation. We're not shut down or we're not closed to having some accommodation if it can improve.
Cuba has an age limit of 60 on their presidents. Yeah, that's the way it should be.
And I'm sure there's a lot of areas in which if we sit down and discuss meaningfully, we can have a lot of ground to work on, and for the benefit, again, of both countries.
Secretary Rubio is the son of Cuban immigrants. He has spent his career...
He's trying real hard not to smile.
Criticizing your government. In fact, at one point he was asked, is Cuba...
Or maybe grimace. I would probably grimace if I was this guy and I heard anyone mention Rubio's fucking parents.
Sponsor of terrorism, he said, without question. Can you negotiate in good faith with Secretary of State Marco Rubio?
We have a position, a long position, of having dialogue and being ready to have dialogue with the United States to solve our problems. And it's not only a long-standing position, it's the logical position. What's the alternative to having dialogue with a country with which you have problems? So we face dialogue as the natural, the logical, and the necessary avenue for us to discuss. Now, we also have experience of having dialogue.
Yeah, he's Spanish-Italian whose family did a brief colonialist stint in Cuba, exactly, yeah.
Some in which Cuba has fulfilled all of the commitments.
Why do people who've never lived there get a say in a place they've never been to? Yeah, because they just, you know... They send, that's just how it is now. That's how it is. You know, if you've got Iranian ancestry and you're just like a psychotic fascist, you get to say that Reza Pahlavi is gonna. Yes, exactly, Bubble. You get to say that Reza Pahlavi is the guy, and that the Shah should, the Ayatollah should be overthrown. You know.
And yet the United States has reversed many of them. And the best example was during 2014, 15, 7, 16. And
yeah, it does. Yeah, where his parents are from doesn't even come into it. Exactly. Yeah.
Cuba fulfilled all of them.
Like entering into that end of the discussion is like, you know, it's kind of seeding ground to this argument, isn't it? Like, yeah, if you even entertain like, well, his parents did go to Cuba, right?
And the United States, by their own recognition, broke all those agreements and said that they would not follow what they had agreed the previous years.
By the way, chat, if you're getting upset, I've got a couple of treats for you. Number one, Melp at Scritches. He's going sicko mode for Scritches right now. Look at him. He loves it. You love it, don't you, mate? My little squibbly wibbly. You don't have to worry about that. And the other thing, the other treat that I've got for you, I think I can just about get this for you now. I've just been working on this in the background. Here it is. There you go. Told you, didn't I? I told you. You know, I'm looking after you, chat. That's what it is. We're looking at the horrors, but I'm looking after you at the same time. The shading's a little crusty, but it's because I don't have my, you know, I've got like a tablet to draw and stuff. I just don't have it plugged in or whatever. Add it to the game room wall. Yeah, that would be pretty funny, actually.
Still with that, we follow the dialogue.
But on Secretary Rubio specifically, is he someone with whom you can negotiate in good faith?
We are ready to negotiate with the person that the U.S. government, as a sovereign nation, designates as their spokesperson.
What did Toad ever do?
We're ready to negotiate.
It's true. It's not fair. Well, I don't think that the mushroom head defines Toad. I think that there could be a Nazi Toad. You know, Toad. If Toad grew up in a different timeline, he could be a Nazi. He could be a fascist. You know.
By the US
Important to remember that.
We don't interfere.
It's his screeching voice that defines him, exactly.
Rubio is dealing directly with Raul Castro's grandson, Raulito. Is that accurate?
Whoa, hang on, what?
Is dealing directly with Raul.
Who?
We don't interfere with that.
There are reports that Secretary Rubio is dealing directly with Raul Castro's grandson, Raulito.
Who cares? Who cares, dude? She's just thinking of, I mean, you know, it's not just her, it's her editors, her producers, it's the, you know, the NBC fucking apparatchik are all just like, who's a scary guy? Fidel Castro, right? Who's a scary guy? Fidel Castro. Let's talk about Raul Castro and his grandson. His grandson doesn't have any role in the government. Yeah, probably not, right? It's just like a guy with a scary name that everyone's like, oh my God, remember Fidel, the scary Fidel.
Is that accurate? Why is he the one who has direct contact with the United States?
I won't go into detail, but the point I need to make is that the Cuban political leadership is committed to this. United, cohesively. This is led by the leader of the revolution, Raul Castro, and by the president of Cuba, who recognized this publicly and said it publicly.
But you don't dispute that report that Secretary of State Marco Rubio is dealing directly with the
Oh, so you don't dispute it?
grandson of Raul Castro?
They're trying to paint Cuba as a hereditary monarchy, yeah.
You don't deny that?
I won't go into details.
Okay. Let's talk broadly speaking now. The United States has made its goal of regime change quite clear. You say that's off the table, as you just reiterated here. In Venezuela...
Like, what are we doing? Like, why do we allow this media to exist, man? Like, why do we allow this media to exist? I know that it's going out of fashion, and I know that like a lot of people don't watch legacy media, and if they do watch it, they watch it like this, where they are watching a streamer react to it, and we, thoroughly criticize it and, shit all over it and stuff. But still, it's like, why do we fucking allow this to exist? It's one thing making a streaming platform and sitting here and critiquing this media and going, hey man, this fucking sucks. But it's another thing, just like, there's got to be more proletariat media, man. There just has to be more. No. I know that it's imposed on us, but when I say that we allow it to exist, I'm referring to the fact that we have the power to stop it. We have the power to stop it. As workers, collectively, we could stop this shit. You know what I mean?
Trump administration.
I'm sorry, but like, because there's a fucking socialist minister in front of me, and like a real socialist, not even just like a paper fucking plastic socialist, like, sorry, I'm about to go like, super anti-electoral politics mode. I'm not going to do it because I said that I'm going to be a pragmatist. I'm not going to fall back into my own ways. My old ways. But yeah, not a plastic socialist that isn't going to change anything. Like a real socialist is on my fucking TV screen being like, yeah, man, we're a fucking sovereign nation, and the fucking USA doesn't have any right to fucking say this shit to us. And so I'm just out here like, no, actually, we have the power to stop this shit. We could do it. We could do it. And we should.
Forcibly removed President Maduro, as you know.
How about we forcibly remove NBC from existence? How about we forcibly make you dissolve your company? How about we do that? How about we unionize NBC workers to the point where it's a worker-owned co-op, and then we turned it into fucking like, a proletariat media instead? How about we do that? What if that happened?
Now working with acting President Delcy Rodriguez, Iran was in ongoing talks with the U.S. when their leadership was killed. Do you believe Cuba will have a different outcome?
Sorry, bro. It's like she's just threatening him. It's like, hey, just so you know, like, last time this happened, Iran just got murked off, bro. Like, all these Iranian leaders just got murked off.
Do you believe Cuba will have a different outcome?
I prefer for people, when they judge Cuba, not to make parallels. We have our own.
No, she has been threatening this whole time. You're right. But this is just like even more direct threat than before.
And as I said at the beginning, we hope there won't be. And we don't think there's any need for there to be any military action by the U.S. against Cuba.
And respectfully, Mr. Deputy Foreign Minister, when
you've not been respectful. This is it. Respectfully, what if I fucked your mum?
People look at these countries, when they hear the comments.
Hassan was saying the other day that the Cuban government and people are much more ideologically driven than Venezuela, and therefore much more stable. And it was pointed out that this is because Cuba had a revolution. Yeah, absolutely. Like, the Bolivarian revolution was, not necessarily a revolution in the same way that like it happened in Cuba. There was certainly an element of like, okay, we are going to be a dictatorship of the proletariat. We're going to reject, US involvement. We're going to do X, Y, Z. We're going to do this, that, and the other. It's a different thing. It's an ongoing process, but, it's been successful in some regard, I would argue. But you're absolutely right. And Hassan is right. The Cuban Revolution was far more organized. It was far more, ideologically driven. What you have to remember about Cuba is that, like, while it's similar to Venezuela in terms of like its history as a a colonized nation and shit like that, like colonized by fucking Spain and shit like that. Cuba is just like, it was just overwhelmingly more fucking oppressed. It's overwhelmingly more oppressed. Like, I think the only reason that like shit didn't pop off in Haiti like it did in Cuba because Haiti was the first fucking slave rebellion. You know what I mean? Like, Haiti was the first slave rebellion. So as soon as that fucking happened, I just think the empire just like kept on cracking down on Haiti so fucking much. Do you know what I mean? It's all of the fucking island nation states in the Caribbean that were colonized and used as like plantation fucking slave havens for like fucking sex tourism and all the most depraved shit that you could possibly imagine. You know, they had the most insane like material conditions, and like the reality and the science of socialism is that like once that fucking those kind of material conditions are imposed on people, that you eventually just like get to the logical conclusion that socialism is good, right? Like, that's just what happens. It's like naturally just what happens. It's like, yes, we should be more democratic. How? We should have people's assemblies. Yes, every single neighborhood should have their own representative. Every single neighborhood should, talk about politics together every week. We should meet up and discuss policy, yada, 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 because these things affect us, you know? And of course, there were people who'd studied it. There were revolutionaries who'd studied Marx. There were revolutionaries who'd studied Lenin and shit like that. So there was that, like, edge into it. But, at the end of the day, like, this is the natural way that it happened. And I think the only reason that Haiti was different is because Haiti just got fucking, like, absolutely, oppressed, crushed, repressed, forced into the situations that it's in now through like various different meddling and like, making sure that the slave rebellion, the first ever slave rebellion, will be eternally punished and as long as the empire, the white supremacist fucking empire, exists. Venezuela also has a shit ton of chuds running around. People talk about Chavez being oppressive, but they didn't go far enough. Nearly all the media in Venezuela are private and right wing, for example. Yes, exactly. Yes. That's another thing. That's another fucking thing about the Bolivarian revolution. Like, yeah, like Chavez got in power and, absolutely should have started being more of a dictatorship of the proletariat. Should have been more of a dictatorship of the proletariat.
President Trump saying effectively that he does plan to go in.
Because like a dictatorship of the proletariat does not just like go, okay, we need to value workers, we need to get like, nationally owned public services and stuff like that. You also do like repression of the bourgeoisie and like petty bourgeoisie reactionary ideas are bourgeoisie, right? It doesn't matter if they're like petty bourgeoisie or whatever. These are bourgeoisie fucking institutions and ideas and people and shit like that, and you need to repress that. Like, I'm sorry, but you just do. Like, you just fundamentally do. It's the same reason that you repress things like cannibalism or rape, right? Because these are harmful things that harm the world.
Cuba, it seems impossible for people not to draw parallels.
Haiti's getting hit with a load of foreign intervention right now. Maybe we'll try and cover that tomorrow. People should have democratic control of their workplace and not be ruled by a mini dictatorship. Yep. Yeah, 1000%.
There be a different outcome. Are you bracing for the possibility of a...
Hope people get educated about Cuba so rhetoric like this doesn't fly around anymore. Cubans hosting foreigners were hoping that they would spread the word. I mean, this is the thing. I think that this is just what is going to happen. Like, if the USA keeps up its fucking... Like, here's the thing. I didn't know a fucking thing about Greenland. Yeah? And I'm a politically active guy. Right, I do like talk myself down a little bit, but I like to think of myself as quite informed, right? I'm sure there's ways that I could be like more informed, and I'm always trying to learn. But in terms of like knowing about Greenland, I didn't know a fucking load of shit about that. I didn't know anything about it. As soon as Trump started talking about Greenland, all of a sudden I'm an expert on that shit. I know about the history of it. I know that there's indigenous people there. I know that it's like, kind of owned by Denmark, but the people who live there don't really like it. They want independence, yada, 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 right? And that is all that's going to happen about people learning about Cuba while fucking the USA just starts threatening it and saying all this insane stuff about it. The first thing I learned about Greenland is I learned about what Denmark does to indigenous people's newborn. Yep. It's great, isn't it? It's just great stuff. Like, every day you learn of a new horror
outcome.
But again, like, this is the important thing to, like, when these things happen, it Streisand affects this shit. into, you know, the stratosphere?
You would have to ask that question to the United States. We are ready for any outcome, and we have to be ready for any outcome. As you said at the beginning, unfortunately, we're trying to prepare ourselves for any outcome, including the ones that we feel that there's no justification for them to occur.
What matters to you more in this moment, preserving the revolution or saving the island from total economic collapse?
Fuck this shit, man. Preserving the revolution is the absolute mandate of the people of Cuba. That is the answer to this. Right? Yeah, why is that a choice? Why is that a choice? Gulag 9,000 years. I'm sorry. I'm just going fucking Stalin mode. Every time I watch this shit, it's Gulag 9,000 years for her and every single member of Meet the Press, every single member of NBC, every single person on the board. Gulag, gulag, gulag. I'm sorry, man. You need to be put in a re-education camp if you're saying shit like this. I'm sorry, dude. There's no other fucking way around it. There's no other way around it.
Saving our people from being overtaken by a foreign power and to take it back decades to a Cuba that we overcame.
Yes, I'm thinking often of that tweet, Hippie Marshmallow. I'm often thinking of this tweet. You know? Because you kind of do. You kind of do start to appreciate it. You kind of do think you know, you're like, yeah, maybe the revolution could be like a bit more like less cruel. And then when you see how the fucking bourgeoisie operates, and it's like, you know, the veil is lifted and you see what's happening before your very eyes, you've got like a fucking a literal bourgeoisie propagandist sat with a socialist, like a representative of a socialist revolution, you know, one of the only remaining pure socialist revolutions in this world, going like, what's more important, the revolution or your life? You're like, yeah, man, I get it. I understand why gulags existed. I understand why they fucking murked people off. I understand why Stalin was fucking paranoid as fuck. I understand. I totally get it.
Long time ago. A Cuba that people don't have good memories of them, only very few people. And to continue to protect our people, the peace that we have in our country, the tranquility that we have in our country, the social justice that exists in Cuba, the sense of solidarity among our people, that is the nature of Cuba. And it is our priority to protect that.
Cubans, as you know, died trying to protect Nicolas Maduro. They were his bodyguards. I have to ask you, have you reached out to the acting president of Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez?
It is a threat, yeah.
Very fluent communication with them.
And what is the nature of that
on a constant
communication?
basis.
What do you mean? What is the nature of that communication? What do you mean, man? What does any of this fucking mean?
It's not something that I follow personally. I couldn't answer that with detail, but I know that there's a close communication with them.
Oh, okay. Mr. Deputy Foreign Minister, this all, of course, comes back to oil. Your country has not received...
That's what she was referring to, Bubble.
And without that fuel, your citizens are quite...
We swap muffin recipes.
The U.S. has enacted an oil blockade now for nearly 3 months. How much longer can your nation go on?
No, Cuba is one of the most, like, if we are, like, okay, like, justice means a lot of different things to a lot of different people, right? But broadly, consensus can be reached. And Cuba has achieved those things in leaps and strides. It cannot be understated how fucking progressive and socially just Cuban society is compared to the rest of the world. They have the most progressive queer rights. They have the most progressive migrant rights, racialized people's rights, women's rights, reproductive rights, you name it. disability, fucking healthcare, elderly people's rights, everything. Like, a couple of years ago, I did a stream on Cuba because people were talking about Cuba. I can't remember what regard it was under. I think there was another like threat of a blockade, and it was under Biden, or they'd been like, I think they were in the news and they were being talked about taking off the state sponsors of terrorism list, and then Biden was like, "No, Jack." We watched a program about like elderly people in Cuba and life expectancy in Cuba. Most people reach the age of fucking like 100 in Cuba, and it's not because of the healthcare, right? Because surprisingly, when you get old, like, yeah, you get health problems, but if you have like, you know, decent healthcare for most of your life, that doesn't matter so much, right? It's because of the actual programs that they have, right? It's because of the actual programs that they have to support elderly people in Cuba, where they like encourage them to go to like community centers. They encourage them to go out and like sit in the square every fucking afternoon and shit like that. Like getting involved with the community in community farms and whatnot. Like, it's mad. It's fucking mad. They have amazing fucking life expectancy, and life expectancy is going down in the West. Exactly. Standard of living is more than just having money. Absolutely, 1000%. Can we watch something with Cuban people being joyous after this so we can briefly cleanse the palate? Sadly, I'm gonna have to go after this, but tomorrow we will. Yeah, I'll bring that video up 1000%, because we're gonna check out more Cuba stuff in a bit. But yeah, let's finish this.
Like this, is it days? Is it weeks? Is it months?
It is important to point out that for any country to export fuel,
I'm actually just going to have a wee.
And for Cuba to import fuel from any country, well, with the exception of the U.S. because of the economic blockade regulations, but from any other country is legal. What's happening today is that the U.S. is threatening with coercive measures countries that might export fuel to Cuba. And that's the reason why Cuba has not received fuel for a long time. It is very severe, and we are acting as proactively as we can to cope with the situation. We do hope that fuel will reach Cuba one way or the other, and that this boycott that the United States has been imposing does not last and cannot be sustained forever.
But I guess the question is how long...
And frankly, we hope that, and let me finish, hopefully we feel that a clearer minds prevail in the United States, and that they come to the conclusion that it's quite nasty to treat the whole population of a country in the way the United States is treating Cuba. Yesterday we published that 96,000 Cubans are waiting for surgery as a result of lack of fuel and lack of energy. Among them 11,000 children. So I would think that the American people, the people in the United States, would feel, why does our government treat the whole population of Cuba in this way? And I hope that the people of the United States would understand that it's not correct to treat another nation in the way the U.S. is doing it.
Yeah, we'll check out the Ipswich Town Hall thing as well, yeah.
Because that is what's behind the approach of the United States. So again, we're trusting that this cannot be sustained in the long term.
Mr. Deputy Foreign Minister, NBC News has been on the ground in your country all week long. Our crews have seen people who haven't worked in weeks, kids who haven't gone to school, food and energy running dangerously low. President Trump says he believes that Cuba will collapse on its own. Is
okay, I need to hear what he's going to say to this.
Your country currently in a state of collapse?
What does on its own mean when it's being forced by the United States?
Yeah. That's it. That's just it. It's not just happening on its own. It's because of the fucking blockade.
It's a very bizarre statement. And it's claimed by most U.S. politicians repeatedly that Cuba...
Well, Lada says, no idea if true, but I guess Cuba could sustain longer without oil than the USA if the OPEC will do the same to the USA. No, this is the thing, Willada, right? You're right. The thing that Cuba is best at is adapting to the blockade. right? It is for people living in Cuba, it is no I guess like shock to them that they are able to like live and survive. Like they are able to be fed, they are able to be warm to some degree. There is suffrage, there is a very difficult life to be found in Cuba because of the blockade, but they are able to survive, they are able to live there. But the thing that really fucking, basically frustrates everything in this scenario, frustrates everyone who knows anything about Cuba, is that, like, if the embargo was lifted, Cuba would be able to achieve so much more, and Cubans would be able to achieve so much more, right? But anyway, with regards to what you're saying, like, Cuba is going to end up moving away from oil. They're going to end up relying on things like solar panels. Like, they've just had a whole bunch of solar panels delivered by the aid flotilla that's gone there, right? They're probably going to get a bunch more sent by another flotilla in like a few weeks or a few months or a few years. It is gonna happen. They are eventually going to end up being in a situation where they like don't require oil, they don't require imports of like certain things, and the imports that they require they can achieve because they have the international relations. You know what I mean? What the US is doing across the world is forcing a paradigm shift. Absolutely. We looked at it yesterday. Stocks in Chinese alternative energy, i.e. renewable green energy sources, are going through the roof as a result of what is happening in Iran. Right? So it's not even just Cuba. Like, Cuba will do this because they can adapt and they're getting support from people who are like helping them do that. But it is absolutely just something that is going to happen globally. It's like, oh no, we shouldn't have relied on this fucking resource that only exists in small amounts in one area in the fucking world. We should rely on the sun that is available everywhere for solar energy, the wind that is available everywhere for wind energy, the water that is available everywhere for hydro fucking electric therapy. You know what I mean? Hydroelectric therapy. Getting electric shocks in water for therapy? Energy, you know what I mean?
Collapse on its own. Then why does the US government need to employ so many resources, so much political capital, so many human resources to try to destroy the economy of another country?
More dignified.
Evidently, it implies that the country does not have the character.
Hydroelectric shock therapy is great. It's good for skin.
But is your country in a state of collapse?
That's what they're saying.
Deputy Foreign Minister.
It is not in a state of collapse. We're being as creative as possible. We're mustering all our creativity, our ingenuity, to try to find ways in which we can cope with a reality that we did not choose, of which we are not responsible, and that would help our people go through this with the least pain possible. But pain is there, have no doubt.
You say you're not responsible.
It was very windy today. It was what do you call it? It was hailing in Manchester.
Well, putting this blockade aside, though, Mr. Deputy Foreign Minister, human rights groups have reported that nearly 90% of your citizens live in extreme poverty.
Again, due to the blockade. Do you know what I want to see? I just want to see the fucking the comments on this. Some people saying broad statements like this, prayers for the entire world that peace will happen, yeah. These questions are designed to shape the narrative to start the creation of a story, yeah. You should ask the real questions. All these people saying these things, can we interview the Cuban people who live in the country? You could do that if you want, but they're just going to say the same thing that this guy says. Why doesn't the Cuban media invite Marco Rubio to do this same thing? Oh, these are terrible. Cuban people want freedom. They deserve it. I myself like to go to Cuba one day. Bro, you can go now. What do you mean? This is disgusting. They're always trying to control another country. This is obviously about the USA. People waiting for surgery were waiting before. They got no government officials do not receive services unless they pay a bribe. What? People just say anything. Yeah, these are terrible. And this is on an NBC video. Hassan said he interviewed as many residents as possible for this exact reason. Super excited for his video to come out, to be honest. Yeah. I really hope you're stronger than UK, but should take this period to find allies. What are you talking about? Bro, what are you on about? You found it? What is this?
We need re-education camps, bro. We need re-education camps, bro. We might need re-education. I'm not so sure a gulag was a bad idea. This is making me understand a lot of things I previously did not understand. I never used to understand authoritarian left movement. You're like, why are you authoritarian? You should be like libertarian left. Look, listening to these motherfuckers? I'm like, oh, I see. They had to do something about you motherfuckers.
Yeah, this goes incredibly hard. Oh, that's so funny, bro. Yeah, Tanky Kalinsky. Comrade Kalinsky. They're calling him Comrade Kalinsky. But yeah, I think he's got to stop fucking Vorsh from coming on his show, man. He can't be getting Vorsh on again. That's crazy.
80% of your citizens intend to emigrate. Has your system of communism failed the people of Cuba?
I don't know which are your sources and which are the human rights organizations that claim such. But I'm sure, and I can quite accurately guess, that the majority are either financed directly by the U.S. government or by proxies of the U.S. government. Now, people are hurting in Cuba. There's no doubt about that. But you cannot put a question mark on the system of socialism or communism or the system of government that we have in Cuba, whichever way you wish to call it. If the U.S., the most powerful nation in the world, has had to dedicate almost 7 decades to try to destroy the system of government and yet failed. Cuba, if you look at the ranks in the UN, has one of the highest ranks for a developing country and even compared to developed countries in terms of human development. Now, what does human development mean? The livelihood of people, not the wealth of a few, not the wealth of an elite, not the index of the Dow Jones. It's the welfare of the population. And Cuba has consistently, for decades, with the system of government that we have, had those rankings. If the U.S. today is putting to extreme its economic aggression, it is natural for people to suffer. And if you try to describe in whatever rank the amount of people that are suffering poverty, the amount of people that are having difficulty with food, the great majority of all of us who suffer 30, 36 hours of lack of electricity, you cannot blame the government if you have the most powerful nation in the world dedicating so many resources to create that scenario.
And yet, Mr. Deputy Foreign Minister, I hear you trying to place blame on the United States, and yet for...
Listen, this is crazy. She just didn't fucking listen. She's about to say, you're blaming the United States, but for 67 years, your country's had so many problems. Yes, what's been happening for 67 years? He literally just said that for 7 decades, the United States has been doing everything it can to stop Cuba from doing anything.
67 years, your country has had no free press, no free elections.
Okay, no, she's going to the other shit, the other bullshit. No free press. No, that's good, actually. It's good, actually. You know why they don't have free press? So that their fucking people don't have to listen to slime like you. Slime like you and fucking Brian Kilme and all the fucking freaks of Fox and Paramount and Larry Ellison and all these fucking losers. That's why they don't have free press, man. That's why not having a free press is fucking sick, actually. It's fucking mint. It's fucking dope. Yeah, of course. Free press is when your media ecosystem is controlled by media barons. And of course, I'm being... what do you call it? I don't fucking know. What's the way to say it? I'm exaggerating, right? Because Cuba has a free press. It has a press of the proletariat, right? When the press is owned by the workers and it's for the fucking workers, that is a free press. It's nuts. It's just not free to fucking corporations.
Of political prisoners, your country has not been able to function without...
Also, I'd be interested if the extreme poverty statistics account for asset ownership and economic security. Sure, Cuban homes are not nearly as well as accommodated as homes built in the West. I still prefer most Cuban homes to shit cookie-cutter paper homes, but worrying about having a fucking house is inconceivable to Cubans. Exactly. Exactly. Because, yeah, this will be it. It will be... All of these numbers will be fudged in the direction of capital, right? That's what it will be. It will be, do Cubans accrue asset value on their homes? No. Oh, well, that's oppression, right? It will be shit like that.
Aid or assistance from your allies. Does your government bear some responsibility for the fact that your people are suffering?
Those are statements that you cannot substantiate. You don't have evidence to sustain all the affirmations that you have just made in your statement. Unfortunately, I know that it might come to you in whatever literature you have, but you cannot sustain those affirmations that you have. Cuba has been a successful country. What developing country has...
Yeah, let's ask Chelsea Manning how the free press in the USA works. Yeah, how does that work? Let's ask fucking, you know... all the people who've leaked stuff. Julian fucking Assange, fucking Edward Snowden, man. You know what I mean? How does that go for people in the fucking USA?
Submitted to the onslaught from the most powerful nation in the world, and yet being able to carry the solidarity to over 100 countries. Have health indicators that are better than the ones that you have in the United States. Have educational indicators that are better than you have in the United States. Have housing indicators which are better than the ones you have in the United States. The majority of people in Cuba, I'm talking about 90%, live in homes that they own.
Oh my god, chat, the new Tomodachi Life is out. Oh, chat, the new Tomodachi Life is out. I am going to start a gaming channel, and I am going to get the new Tomodachi Life. I don't think it's out yet. I think the demo's out. I just saw someone playing it. Oh, I fucking love Tomodachi Life so much. It's so good. I think it's Switch 2 only. I'd need to get a Switch 2. Oh, fucking hell, man. There's got to be some way I could get 500 quid. Rapid. Switch 2. How much is that? What is Tomodachi Life? It's the best game that you'll ever play in your entire life. It's where my sub alert sound comes from Tomodachi Life. I've not played Disco Elysium yet. Someone else was... We were talking about that earlier. Oh, it's 400 quid. All right. Well, 400 quid's more achievable. Sell a kidney. Yeah, I can't do that at my age, mate. Can you... I would never emulate a game. I would never do that. But can you do that? No, not for the Switch 2. Is it not the same? Is it not the same, like, pretty much the same hardware as the Switch? Just, like, a bit more advanced? Surely it's... Oh, Mel, but he's being so cute. Oh, I can't get over it, mate. He's just a baby boy. Doing? What are you doing? Switch 2's got more advanced DRM. Right, I've got you. Get it from CEX. Yeah, I could get it from CEX. Yeah. I do like playing on hardware. Yeah. I'm gonna make the gaming channel, chat. I'm gonna do it this weekend. I don't think anyone's gonna hang out with me this weekend, so I'm just gonna do it this weekend. Just stream video games. You know? Nintendo anti-piracy is pretty strong. Yeah, that's why I said I would never emulate a game. Make money by selling cute Melpit pics. That's what I'm doing right now. Should I change the stretch goal to be 400 quid? CX is only £5 cheaper. That's fucking shite. That's shite.
That they don't have to pay mortgage for.
Melpit calendar.
Claims that you make trying to portray Cuba as a failure cannot be substantiated. It is different from the United States. It's a much humbler country in terms of the size of the economy as the United States. It's much different than the United States, but it's not.
It's not even been out a year yet. I know.
Different is not mistaken, and above all, it does not excuse submitting the whole population to an unrelenting warfare by the most powerful nation in the world. There's no way, whatever statement you make, that can excuse for the U.S. government to abuse in such a way the people of Cuba. It's common sense. It's moral sense.
Mr. Deputy Foreign Minister, just finally, what is your message to President Trump this morning?
Cuba has no quarrel with the United States. We do have the need and the right to protect ourselves, but we are willing to sit down. We're open for business. And for opening.
I'm surprised they're actually letting this guy speak. I think that, yeah, I was thinking that too, Emmy, as well, because they often just like don't let Cuban officials or like anyone from Cuba speak in the press in the United States, and it's like it feels like Iran have changed the game for that. And it also feels like imperialist hubris. Because it's imperialist hubris for them to think that platforming someone like Abbas Araghchi is not going to, like, nurture sympathy and empathy for Iranians, no matter what you think about the Iranian government, right? So, I also think it's massively imperialist hubris for this. Because they're just like, yeah, man, we could just get whoever we want on and we can, like, chat shit to them. We can argue with them, you know? These days, they could just go on social media and get their own message out, so I think they sort of have to now. Yeah, I do think it is them trying to control the narrative. But, like, how are you going to do that? Like, you're not going to, like, you know, legacy media, I just don't think is prepared for this level of exposure. And I think that that's the hubris part of it, because... you know, the center is collapsing all over the imperial core, right? And we're just going to have fascism or socialism. We're going to have two parties in every country. It's going to be the fascist party or the socialist party. It's happening in the UK, and the legacy media represents the center. And, you know, the way that fascist propaganda works is that they don't platform their opponents. Because if you platform your opponents... you're like exposing people to the, you know what I mean? You're exposing people to the actual like reality of stuff. And I guess that, I don't know, man. Like, yeah, socialist propaganda is like my fucking stream, innit? Because if I like watch Nick Fuentes, I can just pause him and just be like, this is wrong because of X, Y, and Z, right? And I can pull up references and facts and cite my sources and this, that, and the other. And it's intellectually stimulating, I hope, right? But I just can't, like you're not going to see, because, you know, fash propaganda is that lady that we watched last week. Do you remember Charlotte Gill? Let's see what she's saying, actually. What she's saying this week. Maybe we'll watch a Charlotte Gill video tomorrow. Charlotte Gill. Labour's hypocritical and fake crackdown on foreign interference. Why you should boycott comic relief? Bro, why you should boycott comic relief? Oh my god, she's done another whiteboard episode. Ah, fuck it. She's so good, man. This is crazy. What the fuck? Why did Carol Vorderman back the Greens? This is nuts. It's so nuts, man. We do have to watch the whiteboard episode. We're watching that tomorrow.
How?
This is only 4 minutes long. How is Hope Not Hate able to be political? How is Hope Not Hate allowed to be political? What is she talking? I can't get distracted. I've got to go to bed. I've got to be up for a liver scan in the morning. We've got to finish this. And then I'm just going to finish the stream. We'll watch that tomorrow.
Relationship that I'm sure the majority of Americans would support, and I'm sure the President of the United States would support if we could sit down and talk meaningfully about it.
All right, Cuban Deputy Foreign Minister Carlos Fernandez.
Okay, it's finished. We got through it, chat. Well done. Yay! All right. Hey, Parkos Language, how you doing? Welcome in. Hey, listen, chat. We hit the sub goal, the dono goal today. Thank you so much. I've got an extended dono goal there. If you wanna put in for the Switch 2 fund, you could do that by donating. Credit card options available now because I fixed it. So think about doing that. You can even do that off stream. It doesn't matter. You do whatever you want. Do it however you want. Yes, it's midnight and I gotta get up for a scan. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna get off. I will have a little stretch rapidly. Thank you, Parkour's Language. While I say thank you for all the support. Thank you for getting me to the dono goal today. Thank you for getting us to 9 subs away from the sub goal, which is also an extended sub goal. So we've hit the sub goal and the dono goal for the month. We've unlocked double feature movie night for next month. Next Tuesday on stream, we're going to be watching Melania and The Apprentice. So like the Melania film and the Trump film. One of them's good, one of them's bad. I'm pretty sure you'll know which one it is. And we probably won't watch it on stream. We'll probably watch it in the Discord. So if you're not in the Discord... Oh, if you're not in the Discord, get in the Discord. Yeah? VVV important. Now, what was I going to say? Can't remember. Brains stopped working. Brains just completely stopped working, man. Totally stopped working. Thank you for all the donos. Thank you for all the subs. Thank you for all the bits. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the follows. Appreciate it. It's very late. It's very late. Thank you for all the follows. Thanks for lurking as well. Appreciate all the lurkers all the time, always. Don't forget to check out my socials. Don't forget to check out my YouTube channel. Watch my AI video if you were interested in what I was talking about regards to AI and communism earlier. If you want my like expanded take on that, it's all in the video. It's a bit more concise and coherent than it would be on a live stream. That's that. Socials, YouTube, VOD channel. If you've been watching on the VOD channel, like, comment, and subscribe. Leave me a comment, leave me a like, leave me a subscribe. And finally, join me for the raid. We will be raiding Leaping Larry. It's Juche Gang. Join us for the raid. You will enjoy Larry's stream. I'm certain of it. He is a legend. And it's good that he's not banned on Twitch anymore. So, yeah, let's go and show him some love. Adi Kemi, thank you so much for hanging out. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Thank you so much for being here. I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, stay excellent to each other. We'll watch some cool stuff tomorrow. See you. Bye.